Greensboro City Council. And let's begin tonight's meeting with an invocation by Reverend Mark Weekly from Grace United Methodist Church.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the privilege to come and offer this. Let us pray together, please. Gracious and eternal God, we thank you today for the many ways in which you have blessed us, even in these economically challenging times. You have helped us to have a place to live and to make our lives that is truly enriching. And we thank you for that. We remember those that are hurting and struggling and left behind in our community and city, and pray that you would help us in doing everything we can to encourage and uplift them. We pray boldly, O God, for you to send businesses and jobs our ways, that those may work and desire to do so to provide would be able to. We thank you for this council of leaders and pray your blessing upon them. Give to them your wisdom, your discernment for the greater good, and equality for all citizens as they make decisions that determine our destiny. What a privilege it is for each of them to serve on our behalf, and yet what a burden of responsibility they carry for us all. Drive them always to strive for the higher roads of integrity and honor and justice and unity. Bless them and remind them that the greatest among us are indeed the servants of all. In my Lord's name I pray. Amen. Thank you.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Wade, would you please lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Manager, will you please recognize our courier for the evening?
Yes, Your Honor. Tonight we have Callista Fair from Bennett College and Greg Hill from North Carolina A&T, interns for City Council who have been with the city since October of 2011. Ms. Fair and Mr. Hill are standing to my right, Council's left, and members of the audience, they are available if you have any issue you would like to get to City Council. Simply bring it to them and get it to the Council.
Thank you. Our council procedure for each meeting involves an electronic voting process. Each member of council must vote unless there is a direct conflict. No council member knows how any other member will vote until the vote is recorded and displayed on the screen, or the screen, one of the above screens. We allow for speakers to address the council on agenda items as they are called, and we ask that you please fill out the form to request to speak at the front desk as you enter the chamber. Zoning matters allow for a 20-minute presentation both for and against the rezoning, and there's also a 5-minute rebuttal period for either side, either pro or con. With other business matters, the council allows 5 minutes per speaker for comments. As speakers are called, you'll be asked to go to your left over near the window, and as you go to the podium, you will be asked to give your name and address. For the meeting, we do practice Robert's Rules of Order, and we also, during our meeting, we have a consent agenda, which tonight numbers items 7 through 22, which is a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. However, any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda in order to discuss a specific issue. At this time, I would request that anyone in the room, in the chamber, with a pager or a cell phone to either please turn it off or put it on silent mode. And depending on the length of this evening's meeting, we will have a break at around 7:30 p.m. Council, I would ask at this time for a motion to amend our agenda for tonight to remove items 28, an ordinance establishing in the amount of $7,725,000 the budget for Battleground Avenue intersection improvements project, and item 29, a resolution approving municipal agreement with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for the Battleground Intersection Improvements Project U-5306, A, B, C, and D, and authorizing the city manager to execute said documentation.
So moved.
Okay. The council, those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize Councilmember Bellamy Small to introduce a resolution honoring the memory of the late Dr. George Harrison Evans. Councilman Bellamy Small. Let's see, excuse me, and thank you. Councilmember, would you please, could we have a motion to excuse Councilmember Matheny? Oh, he is? Oh, okay. Oh, he is on his way. Okay. Please proceed. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Resolution honoring the memory of the late Dr. George Harrison Evans. Whereas on February the 4th, 2011, the community lost one of its outstanding community leaders with the death of the late Dr. George Harrison Evans. Whereas Dr. Evans, a native of Malina, Tennessee, attended Roger Williams University, graduated from Mahara Medical College, received his initial hospital training at City Hospital No. 2, later renamed Homer G. Phillips Hospital in St. Louis, and furthered his graduate training at the Polyclinic Hospital in New York City. Whereas Dr. Evans delivered over 3,000 babies during his 47-year career, which began in Greensboro in 1934. Whereas Dr. Evans was a former Board of Trustee member and former Secretary of the Board at L. Richardson Memorial Hospital, served as Chief of Staff of L. Richardson Hospital from 1950 to 1951, a member of the Old North State Medical Society, and was an active member of the Greensboro Men's Club. Whereas a dedicated member of St. James Presbyterian Church, he was a charter member and first president of the Men's Choir, served on the trustee board and the Community Relations Committee and Finance Committee. Whereas the Evans Subdivision and the Evans Blount Community Health Center were named in honor of Dr. Evans, and the Joseph M. Bryant Foundation donated the Gateway Garden icon sculpture located at East Lee and Florida Street in his honor. Whereas the City Council wishes to express its sense of loss and its sincere appreciation and gratitude for the many years of dedicated public service rendered by Dr. George Harris Evans, the outstanding contributions he made to the community, and the legacy he leaves. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council hereby expresses, on behalf of the citizens of Greensboro, a deep sense of loss and a feeling of respect and gratitude for the life of Dr. George Harrison Evans, and that a copy of this resolution will be delivered to the family of the late Dr. George Harrison Evans as a symbol of gratitude of the people of Greensboro for his many contributions to this community.
There's a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And I believe Mr. Matheny's vote would count as a yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I had the honor of knowing Dr. Evans, and in fact, I think he passed away at 102. And he was just as sharp at 102, as I guess he ever was. And I remember when I was a member at St. James, when it was his 100th birthday, he came up and started talking to me, and I said, "You know who I am?" He said, "Yeah, girl." He said, "You got spunk." And he was 100. And so he was very, very much aware of what was going on around him. And he was able to be at the ribbon cutting and opening of the Evans Blount Health Center last year. And I'm glad that he got to see his flowers while he was still living. And so if his family or church members, if y'all would please stand, if they're here.
Thanks to the mayor, councilwoman Bellamy Small, and the other members of the council. I represent Mrs. Marguerite Webster Evans, who would love to be here tonight, but please listen. The Lord willing, 9 days from tonight, as I speak, she will turn 101 herself. So she said, you get ready to go up there. I'm not going to be stumbling around up there in the dark. Thank you so much, Mayor, members of the council, and especially to Councilwoman Small. Let me add one or two more things. In all that Councilwoman Bellamy Small said, Reverend Dr. Evans remained very, very clear, very clear, right up to the end of his long life here on earth. Adding to that, I sang beside him in the men's choir at our church, and, you know, he didn't miss as many notes as I did sometimes when the men were singing. It was very clear, very clear. Took everything that he had responsibility for very, very serious. I'm not sure if Councilwoman Bellamy Small mentioned the fact that he served on the Greensboro City Board of Education during those times when there was a lot of discord concerning the desegregation of schools. He was very calm through all of it and helped to work out the procedures that were to be followed once the board approved the matter of desegregating the schools. He also served as a member of the Board of Trustees at Bennett College for Women during all those other activities that he got himself involved in. Greensboro Housing Authority, and I like to emphasize the fact that he was called upon during some pretty touchy times in Greensboro to serve as chairperson of that Human Relations Committee. Thank you again for honoring him at this time.
And Council, just so you know, we will be having the first anniversary for the Evans Blunt Center, Health Center, I think is scheduled for 11/22. So.
Thank you. And just briefly, I'd like to call attention, coming up, there's no presentation, but just recognition of Veterans Day on November the 11th, Friday, November the 11th. That's next week. The final flight of honor will be taking place, which is a special tribute to a lot of heroes. But in addition, Veterans Day recognizes all veterans, and I would just ask everyone to be mindful of that date and the meaning of everyone who serves and who has served our country. And we have many reminders around us, whether you go to American Legion Hut or to a VFW post, or you go to some of the schools. A&T's got a memorial to 23 people who gave their lives for the country. There's a nice memorial. There's a marker out on Market Street to William McBriar, who none of us know. He's been long gone, but he won the Medal of Honor, believe it or not, fighting the Apaches as a Buffalo soldier. And then we have the Pretty brothers who served in World War II. They both died in battle. And so I just say, remember, please take time and remember. We have relatives, we have friends, but go out of your way to say thanks to people who have served and have served our country well. Oh, and thank you for reminding. Are there any veterans in the audience? If you are, please stand for a second. And I'll just briefly. this time, I'd like to, again, call on, we have a special presentation, resolution honoring the 50th anniversary of the first Greensboro Fire Department African-American class of 1961, 50 years. And again, I call on Councilmember Bellamy Small to read that resolution.
Thank you. I would, if it's not too much for those of you who can, I would like for you to stand while I read this resolution to you, please. Resolution honoring the 50th anniversary of the first Greensboro Fire Department African-American class of 1961. Whereas 50 years ago, 28 young men began their careers as the first African-Americans hired by the Greensboro Fire Department. Whereas the city of Greensboro honors those pioneers who helped to open the doors for so many. Whereas the class was comprised of 28 men chosen from a pool of 300 applicants. Whereas the men worked out of Station 4, located at 401 Garl Street, in a department that was at the time still segregated. Whereas 9 members of the original class still reside in Greensboro. Whereas the team leader, Ray Flowers, became the first African-American fire chief in Greensboro in 1993, where he held the position until 1999. Whereas the City Council wishes to honor the first African-American graduating class of the Greensboro Fire Department for their service and dedication. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that it honors the 50th anniversary of the first Greensboro Fire Department African-American class of 1961. Need somebody to move it?
There's a motion, there's a second. Mr. Key, did you wish to?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add that I served 2 years on the Firemen's Relief Fund during Chief Flowers' tenure, and I also served as chairman of the board of that fund. So I enjoyed working with you very much. Thank you.
We took pictures of the day of celebration that was held last Thursday, and so we just wanted to share that with folks who couldn't be there, even though there was a packed house at the Greensboro Historical Museum. And I want to present you with copies for every member or their families who served.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
very
much.
much. To Ms. Small, members of council, and all of those that's present in the building, the members of Class 1961 sincerely appreciate your recognition of us. As I talked to the class, to the group that met a few days ago, we didn't feel like heroes. We really considered ourselves people that were trying to do a good job for the citizens of Greensboro. We realized that things had changed once we worked through that and went through the integration process. The face of the Greensboro firefighters now look like the community. We began a process that ended into a very good thing. So again, we appreciate you recognizing us tonight. We appreciate you having us to come and share with us, share with you. We have some members of our family that's present. We would love to have them to just stand to share with you. And some of them are members of deceased veterans of the fire department. So we just ask all of them to please stand at this time. Once again, thank you to Ms. Small and thank you to City Council.
Thank you very much. And Council, we did not vote on that. I know what, we do need to make it official, please, if we can vote. And with Mr. Mathaney's vote, that would be 9-0. It passes. Thank you. And now, Council,
Thank you for honoring this class. Thank you.
and thank you. I would ask at this time, as we move to our consent agenda, if there are any items in the consent agenda anyone wishes to remove for discussion.
I think at this point, we need to excuse Mr. Matheny until he gets here, since we're
Got the
voting on...
text message around the corner.
Well, do you want to hold the vote until he gets here?
He'll be a yes if he's not excused, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think he's got a problem with that for the consent agenda, but he said he's around the corner.
Move the consent agenda.
Does anyone wish to discuss any items on the consent agenda?
Second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to excuse Mr. Matheny. There's a second. Those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Move the consent agenda.
Second, there's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Those in favor? Or let's vote. I'm sorry. Excuse me. And the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 8-0. Now, Council, we go to item, Council, to item 23 on the agenda. We do have two speakers signed for this item. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider a resolution authorizing an economic development incentive grant for Coil Plus, Inc., not to exceed $160,453. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schaffner is making his way to the podium to present on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm John Schaffner, Economic Development Manager of the City of Greensboro. We're here tonight to present a request for incentives for a company called Coil Plus, and this is the public hearing to consider that. They're requesting an incentive in order to compete for a new investment for the local plant here in Greensboro. It'd be $4.6 million of improvements to the real property, which would involve the construction of a brand-new 80,000 square foot manufacturing facility, $7 million in new machinery and equipment, and involve 22 new jobs over the next 4 years. The project would add capacity at the local plant to take on a new product that they currently are not able to manufacture. We are requesting an exception from City Council to the Economic Development Guidelines that would enable the company 48 months to create the 22 new jobs versus the 36 months that is standard in the guidelines. And Coil Plus does well exceed the minimum capital investment, which with this project estimated at least $11.67 million versus the $3 million minimum. And again, the opportunity is 22 brand-new jobs for Greensboro. The average salary of these new jobs would be $37,818 per year, and the jobs do all offer a full benefits package valued at 35% of that average wage, which would yield a total compensation package of $51,054 per year. And again, they're going to be investing about $11.7 million in building that new manufacturing facility and bringing that new machinery and equipment to the local plant. And again, this is going to happen over the next, the capital investment will happen over the next year, and then the new jobs will be all brought on board by 2014. And as always, we do encourage the plant to use local contractors and buy locally whenever possible. The projected 3-year economic impact of these new jobs and this capital spending on the Guilford County economy is estimated to be $47 to $54 million. And once these 22 new jobs are on board and they're up and running with the manufacturing process, that'll support 51 to 69 total jobs in the community. And again, we always like to remind everyone of the unemployment rate, and this makes a small dent in that, but it does help. As of September 2011, our current unemployment rate came down, but we're still at 10.1%, which is 13,065 citizens that are actively looking for work but are not able to find a position. For Guilford County, that number is 10.5%. This incentive is based on incremental property taxes that would be associated with the new machinery and equipment and building, which is expected to be $200,567 over a 3-year period. We're also projecting sales and use tax revenue of $69,000 over the first 3 years of this operation, based on spending within the community, supplies, and employee spending on goods subject to sales tax. But this grant will actually be fully recaptured with property taxes alone within 3 years. Mr. Hudson, from the local general manager of the plant, is here tonight to give more detail on the operation. But just to give you a little brief history now, this company does have 9 plants strategically located around the United States, as well as a sister company in Mexico. They've had their facility in Greensboro since 2005. They currently have 38 employees who would all be retained as part of this new project as well. And this would actually be their second expansion. They expanded the facility from 57,000 square foot to 78,000 square foot in 2007, and no incentives were requested for that expansion. Our recommendation is an incentive grant of $160,453, which represents 80% of that 3-year projected new property tax money. It will be paid out over 3 consecutive years after the jobs are created and the capital is invested, and those numbers have been verified. And we would execute a performance-based economic development agreement, as we do with all of our economic development projects, that would spell out the terms of what the company is committed to and what the city is committed to, and the terms of the payment of that incentive. And with that being said, I'll turn it over to Kathy DeVille with the Economic Development Alliance, who's going to give some additional information on the strategic importance of this company, and then, again, someone from the company is here as well.
Good evening. My name is Kathy DeBell. I'm Vice President with Greensboro Economic Development Alliance at 342 North Elm Street. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this request for support for this existing industry expansion for Coil Plus, a Greensboro manufacturer of high-end coiled and rolled steel, supplying their product to North and South Carolina. Coil Plus is an equal opportunity employer who has been committed to its employment of a diverse workforce and to working with local suppliers. 25% of their employees live in Greensboro, 80% live in Guilford County. GEDA would like to respectfully ask for your support for this incentive request that will bring new investment and new jobs to Greensboro. Now I would like to introduce Bill Hudson, who is a General Manager of Coil Plus in Greensboro.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Greensboro. Thanks for coming out tonight. Our company, Coil Plus, is basically a company that has the grocery store model. To tell you a little bit about the company itself, we basically have a lot of churn of steel through the building, but we make nothing. We basically take sweat from the guys in the plant and turn it into a little bit of a profit. At the end of the day, we're an inventory management company that handles the inadequacies of the steel mills. So give you a little profit scape for what we do. So that's the backdrop of the metal service center industry. Oh, sorry. There are the locations I have up, let's charted them across the board. The ones that you don't see on there, there's one that's actually in Canada that's a Coil Plus company as well. These are all steel service centers. The typical size of a steel service center in our family is about 150,000 square feet. Coil Plus Greensboro, North Carolina was acquired, so it is only half that size, so it's only reaching half of its potential. Our ownership group is ultimately owned by Mitsubishi at the end of the chain. That relationship is put together with this joint venture that was formed in 2003. Mitsubishi and Sojitz are both well-respected Japanese companies. One, Mitsubishi owns 60%, Sojitz owns 40% of this Metal One. They both own this Metal One that owns Coil Plus the Group. Coil Plus the Group was founded in 1985. The Greensboro location was purchased in 2005. It was formerly known as Rafferty Brown. You may have heard of that company. There's our plant. We sit at the southeast corner of the tank farm. When you see it, you'll recognize it. The new building will go on the back side of this building, so you actually will not see any, you really won't see any expansion. This tells you a little bit about our company and our history as far as what we do. Kathy mentioned some of the high-impact people that we service, but the automobile industry is the reason that Coil Plus bought this particular facility. We sell the appliance folks, is that purple area there, and the yellow area there is really primarily the furniture folks. There's a lot of other areas there as well. There's some names that hopefully most of you will recognize that we do service. Again, we try to lean towards a higher-end market that allows us to service them out of this growing southeast manufacturing sector. This talks a little bit about where we are as a company today. The real message is, we have 38 employees that have been gainfully employed since Coil Plus took over in 2005, even through the recession. We just reviewed the competitive wage again this year. This is something I do every year. I look at it from two standpoints. I look at it from the cost of doing business for a service center and a competitive wage in the Greensboro area. I use both of those to get wage increases for the entire workforce this year. Some of our profits and some of our profit sharing and 401k accounts, they're not sexy because a lot of people have them, but they're well documented here as a big part of what we do. So the profit sharing at 7 to 10% of a wage is a big deal, and that's of their salary, and the productivity incentives are real at 5 to 10%. The Japanese family that owns us basically pushes for us to show performance on the productivity, and they're pretty much have a very low barrier, so almost everybody gets something, and most of the time we get a lot more than the bottom side. And just recently, we just finished having our trip to Carowinds, but it's something that since I've been aboard in the last 3 years, I've been trying to get the families involved. So we went to Carowinds, we go to baseball games, we have a Christmas party, so it's a good place to work. We're also a good corporate citizen. As you can see here, I do have our register up here. We're 14,001 certified. We try to do what we can to keep the environment the way it is and improve upon it. We have a diversified workforce and plan on continuing that. We have a well-established recycling program throughout the Carolinas for our packaging goods. We bring them back and recycle them in town. And we do support the United Way and the Special Olympics and really any just cause that we decide to take care of. This is a little busy up here, but I'll point out one thing that kind of stands out to me that I thought was pretty big, and it's the fact that the company's an enormous company in the United States of 445 people, but we only have 38. That'll put us in that category of doubling the business of 60 at a single location, which is really the key to get to that double level that returns the value that you need. Also, the other point that you have up there, that obviously the competing location that we're looking at today is in South Carolina. The one thing I will say about that is it's an existing facility with rail, which is important for the steel service industry, and it was made by another Japanese company, so it's kind of a tailor-made business. We will be building here, and it will keep us in the area to keep the synergies of the two plants, but the other facility is an ideal location as well. The employees, if you look up there on that point about what we actually need, I say high school education plus is what we really need, but that's because we have a number of jobs. If you come down a little further, we have jobs in the office, we have just supervisors, we have managers, we have a number of jobs that will be needed for this, so it'll be across the board that we will need people in this for the double in the facility. It's almost like creating two businesses, because when you'll see later on, you'll see the building's doubling and the piece of equipment is almost the same as the other one, so it almost takes twice as many people. There's the grouping of what it looks like. I hope to get to double. We're guaranteeing the 22. So, but I think that there's a chance that this business will continue to grow and be successful, and that's what my goal is anyway. There is the expansion I mentioned. You can see them side by side. The buildings will match. Like I said, you won't be able to see it. It'll be aesthetically put back together as far as painted and so forth, and we will have matching machines and almost 2 businesses running at the same pace. Just a few pictures. One of the things about this line that I'm having put in for the company is there's nothing like it in the southeast. It will compete and knock out business that's coming down here from the Midwest. There's quite a bit of steel that ships into this market from the heavy industries of the Midwest, and there's not heavy equipment down here that can handle it. So we're losing business from outside of our region, and this is something that will help us eliminate that competition because steel doesn't travel well. It's very expensive to ship. So this will give us a competitive advantage as well. Why support Coil Plus? At the end of the day, Coil Plus came here to support one customer and picked this spot in Greensboro because it was a good location to support a company in Durham, North Carolina called AW Automotive. And they were committed to supporting that customer because they were part of the Toyota relationship they have in Japan. Subsequent to me coming here, I was given Coil Plus's information on the company so I could make sure this is a good move for my family from the Midwest. I was bringing, 3 teenagers and my wife 1,000 miles away almost to come to this company. And one of the first things I had to do was to determine if there was an opportunity to make this company profitable, because it was not profitable. And I reviewed everything, and I knew the one thing I had to do in 2009 was lay off a shift because we didn't have work for 2 shifts. We had work for about 1 half shift. I got here, and the company has a no layoff policy. So the company carried every single employee through the recession, through the rebuild, and to this point now. The company is committed to its workforce, does not have layoffs, and is a very, very good company to work for. And finally, I will say to you that I think the company will be profitable, and I think that its decision to stay here will continue to be profitable. There are better immediate impact, I think, with the other opportunity. But I'll tell you today that because they're committed to the employees and the customer they eventually moved here, and now they have additional customers here, that it's a company that I think they can stay and build well beyond what we're talking about tonight. And for that reason, I would like to ask you to support us in this endeavor, to support us at $160,453 in this incentive package. Thank you.
Ms. Bell, no other speakers. Ms. Bell, Ms. Paul.
I had a couple of questions. I heard you say that you're an equal opportunity employer and that you have a diverse workforce. Do you know your demographics as far as women and minorities in leadership? And
Yes, they were in there. I can go back to that. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Let me fire back to that for you. It's the 4th point down. I'd have hit it a little harder, but Kathy
Okay.
mentioned it in her, and I.
Okay. And I had asked another question to see whether you had responded to it or not about your policy on hiring ex-offenders.
I have no problem hiring anybody that's qualified for the right job. So I certainly, there's certain jobs that are very safety-oriented that I have to be comfortable with that situation, but I would consider that, yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. Move the item.
Motion, and well, first, before we do that, we did close the public hearing.
Move, second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Those in favor? Aye.
Move the item.
There's a motion and a second on the item. Seeing no further discussion, council, please vote. And the item passes by a vote of 9-0. Thank you. Thank you. And next is item 24, and this is the time and place set for a public hearing to consider a resolution accepting the new Bessemer Associates LLC offer to purchase the portion of the Bessemer Shopping Center property located at 2521 through 2523 Phillips Avenue, approving the request for an economic development loan, authorizing the execution of a loan agreement in the amount of $685,000 plus fair market value of the divided land with a subordination agreement for said loan, and authorizing a development agreement between the City of Greensboro and New Bessemer Associates LLC. And for this, we do have speakers, Mr. Manager, but we do have several speakers signed up too. So, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I need to ask to be excused from this vote.
Okay, I think you have cleared that with through the city attorney, I believe.
That's correct.
Is there a motion to excuse Mr. Thompson?
Is there going to be any vote on this tonight?
I would like to discuss this item, but want to table it to the next meeting, but certainly want to discuss it. There are some questions that were forwarded by Mr. Thompson that we need to answer.
Mr. Attorney, may he stay for this discussion?
How can Mr. Thompson? The first thing that needs to happen is to vote on, I think, his request for motion to be excused.
Okay.
And then if he is excused, then he can't participate in the discussion
Good.
at all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there a motion then to excuse Mr. Thompson?
Yes, let's excuse him.
Well, how could he, if he says he's going to abstain, how can he submit questions for us to discuss?
Before we have do we have a motion on the floor first?
Yes, motion to excuse.
Is there a second to the motion?
Yes.
There's a motion, there's a second. Okay, is there a discussion on the motion? Okay, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, and I'll re-ask my question. If, is there a direct conflict of interest here in this project by the council member? Second, how can a council member ask to be excused and then submit a series of questions for this body to discuss and answer about something he's got a conflict in? It seems like the two don't fit.
I'll take a part of that, and Mr. Attorney can take the other part. It's my understanding that Mr. Thompson did talk to the Attorney's office about a conflict, and that was deemed to be an indirect conflict. He didn't have a fiduciary interest in this contract, but had a business relationship with one of the development partners that he thought precluded him from participating. As to the questions, when I found out that he had a conflict and had raised that and it had been opined on, and that he had these series of questions, our staff looked at those questions, but I don't believe we responded back to his list of questions, and I did not intend to do that once I became aware that he had a conflict that had already been ruled upon by the Attorney's office.
Well, I got an email today with the staff's response to the questions. Or it was not, it was the stuff in somebody else's.
These questions initially, when they were given to us, were circulated with the development team. The development team responded to those questions. They may have been sent out to you. We have not responded to those questions as staff. The answers that you saw, and I think they're the same set I saw, came from the development team, not from us.
Which would be part of the people that the conflict exists with.
That would be correct, yes.
I remember when I tried to put together some questions in regards to a recent decision, and what was your advice to me on the questions and things that I wanted to discuss relating to the White Street landfill?
I advised you and requested that you not submit those questions, and I indicated that we did not think it was a good idea if we answered
Because when
their
you
questions.
elicit questions, you can potentially guide a process.
That was my thinking, yes.
Which is what's happening here.
And I'd also like to note that the mayor and Councilman Thompson and I met with this group the day after the landfill vote, and these questions were asked in that meeting, and so we answered those questions, so I guess we need to re-answer those questions.
Again, from our standpoint, since the conflict's been declared and ruled on by the Attorney's office, since Mr. Thompson posed those questions, from a staff perspective, we will not be responding back to Mr. Thompson on those questions, given that he has suggested that he has a conflict, and the attorney's office had concurred.
Dr. Wade.
But Mr. Thompson doesn't have a conflict unless the council votes that he has a conflict. Is that not correct? I mean, that's what we learned last time.
I'd have to defer to when the conflict
I
actually
mean,
comes into existence.
even if there's a perceived conflict, it's up to the council to decide whether it's a conflict or not. Is that not correct? I believe that's what Mr. Pollard told us the last
The
time.
council does have to vote, but as far as the questions posed to me, we did not intend and don't intend to respond back once I became aware of Mr. Pollard's ruling. But you all do have to make a vote about the existence of that conflict.
But I haven't even seen the questions. So I guess some got well, I guess I didn't get that email.
We have not sent them out because they came from Mr. Thompson, and he determined he had a conflict, so we've not responded back to Mr. Thompson on the questions.
Well, does everybody have the questions except me? Some of us did not get the questions. Is that possible that we could see the questions?
Public record, yeah.
They certainly are a public record.
So how many people didn't get the questions? I didn't get them.
Well, Mr. Thompson sent the question, so you made direct.
I assume I've received them, I just haven't seen them.
Yeah.
I'm not-
He's the one that sent the question, so he can answer who he sent the
I
question to.
haven't sent any questions.
Mr. Thompson talked on the phone with one of our staff members who wrote down the questions that he asked and then sent those out. There were a number of them, so we wrote down what his questions were.
Mr. Key, are these the questions, I can't recall, but when we were over at Beacon Management?
Yes, these
Are
are
these
exact-
the same
pretty-
items that were
yes.
discussed then?
Yes, same items that we discussed with you and I and Councilman Thompson when we met with the group.
It'd be enlightening to hear that again, but
The answers are the same.
I thought if you were conflicted, you're not supposed to meet.
My understanding is that he raised the issue of the conflict sometime yesterday. The meeting that Mr. Key refers to, I'm not a party to, nor I don't think our staff was, and so I can't really speak to when that occurred or what was discussed there. But the discussion that I'm aware of that occurred with the city attorney's office occurred yesterday. The questions posed on the phone to our staff, to my staff, occurred yesterday as well. I became aware of those today, read Mr. Pollard's ruling late this morning, and discussed with him the appropriateness of our responding to those, and then decided that I would not respond on behalf of staff.
Mr. Perkins, and then
I don't really care whether Mr. Thompson votes or he doesn't vote, at this point. But I think it's important for us to kind of, as a council, figure out what the appropriate way to handle this is. And the questions are one thing. He says that he feels like he's got a conflict based on his business relationship potentially being impacted if he chooses to vote on this case. And that's the reason for the conflict. But what I'm really curious about is the question that Dr. Wade had, that we have to excuse him or not. And it would seem to me that that could be problematic, even at this point or down the road, in that the council chooses, to decide whether a council member votes or not, depending on whether you got a conflict, without having any basis for or evidence that to vote on. I mean, we're making a decision whether we think Danny ought to vote or not.
You do have the opinion by Mr. Pollard, who was sent out by email. One of the interesting things about this conflict issue, which arose during the last time we had conflicts but was yet untested, is it isn't settled, and Mr. Dickens can correct me if I misspeak, but I remember having this discussion with Mr. Pollard. It isn't settled in North Carolina where an instance has occurred where a council member has requested to be recused and the council has refused to recuse that person, or recused a person against his or her request. That really hasn't been tested or settled. So what would occur if you didn't recuse him, I'm not really sure. Or what would occur if he didn't want to be recused and you did anyway, I'm not sure, because that's been unsettled. That's the very issue that we almost got to in the last issue. We had a set of conflicts.
Before I recognize anyone, let me, just for those who might be watching or here who are absolutely, totally confused, We have a matter on the agenda, a public hearing. This is about, the subject is potential economic development of a project in northeast Greensboro. And the subject of a meeting that Mr. Key invited, I think myself and Mr. Thompson to, that with one of our leading affordable housing and economic developers, and we went, attended an informational meeting, I think, is that correct? And there's some confusion about, our relationship. I don't want to get into that, whether it's, that may be, but that just so you have a little bit of background of what's going on so that you're not totally confused about maybe, hopefully. Dr. Wade.
Mr. Manager, I thought the judge ruled that it was not under his purview, that it was under the purview of the city council whether a person was excused or not. And that's why he didn't rule on it, because he didn't want to infringe on the authority of the city council.
I'm certainly not going to get into the debate of the ruling that took place. My point was that it's untested in North Carolina law, as far as I'm aware, and the city attorney was aware, that an individual who did not request to be recused would be recused, or an individual who requested to be recused wouldn't be recused. That was my only point. The judge's point in his ruling, I'm not speaking to, and I'm not opining on what his opinion was. I consider that settled, and we moved on. I was just trying to be responsive to Mr. Perkins' question about that scenario of voting to excuse Mr. Thompson or not.
Why don't we just table this so everyone has a chance to review the questions that Mr. Thompson submitted that he shouldn't have submitted?
Well, we haven't seen them. Yeah. Not everybody's seen the questions or heard the answers, because only it looks like a select few got those questions.
Okay. Ms. Rexton, then Ms. Bell and Ms. Small.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When did this meeting take place?
Which?
The meeting where Mr. Key, the mayor, and Mr. Thompson, are those the three who met?
The meeting took place on September 21st.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No staff was present.
September 20th.
Okay, let me see if I can make this as clear as mud, too. Why are we looking at questions from a council member who has a conflict? That would skew our opinion about how we make this decision. It prejudices us, because if he has a conflict, then his questions potentially lead us in the direction of where his conflict is. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't see why we're tabling this. We already kept this project on hold for 6 months anyway. I mean, Mr. Key, if I'm stepping in your ground, just tell me. I'll be quiet. But I'm just... Okay, if you want to table...
Well, again, I haven't seen the questions, but if the questions are what we discussed on September the 21st, then I've already seen them, so I don't know what impact that would have on me. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
When were the questions submitted? Were they submitted on the 21st or soon thereafter?
The questions that are being referred to were done telephonically. Mr. Thompson, as I understand, called Mr. Schaffner yesterday and said I had a series of questions, and here they are. Okay. And Mr. Schaffner wrote those down. He sent those out to the development partners, and they made an attempt to answer those questions. And that has been circulated, apparently, amongst some members of council. We have not responded to those and circulated that to you.
Mr. Thompson, until your status is determined, would you like to speak to this?
I would like to state I made 3 phone calls yesterday morning on this item. One was to Mr. Schaffner to ask him questions. It wasn't for him to write questions for the council to consider. They were for me to consider in this matter. And then I contacted the city attorney, and then I also contacted Mr. George Carr with Beacon Management. After I spoke with the city attorney, and the city attorney did tell me what he also wrote here in the email that you have, that he did consider it legally that it would be appropriate for city council to excuse me in the in the business relationship that I have currently and ongoing with Beacon Management, and that would, he considered that a potential conflict. I also contacted Mr. Carr. He also stated that he concurred that it would be a potential conflict of interest in our business relationship, and so he was aware of this. Mr. Pollard's aware of this, and so my questions were not to throw out for group discussion or to assuage anybody's opinion or to lead anyone in any direction. They were for my own edification to be able to get to the issue of my conflict of interest.
So you're saying your conflict of interest, you have a current contract that you're doing business with Beacon Management currently?
Yes, absolutely. And
Beacon is one of the folks that it would be the developer on this project. And so the fact that you've got a current business relationship with Beacon, then I would agree that you would have a conflict.
That is,
as long as you have a current business relationship.
And those were the 3 phone calls that occurred yesterday morning between probably 10 and 12. And it was supported by the city attorney and also Mr. Carr.
Ms. Belton Small, and then Dr. Wade. Dr. Wade.
Robbie, I got a question actually for you because you're in real estate, and I can't see how you don't have a conflict. I mean, you don't know that tomorrow you won't be doing business with someone else. So how do you make that decision personally? I mean, I can't see how it's a conflict because you don't know.
Well, I've always been told that if you have a direct financial interest in the project that we're voting on, if you have a direct financial interest in the project that you're voting on, you have to abstain. If you don't have a direct financial interest, then you have to vote. State law is pretty narrow. And I'm not an attorney, but that's what I've always been told. And so it's a direct conflict in the item that we're voting on. And as I understand it, the state law is designed to make us vote so that we don't skate on votes. And that's really the strength of the law. Because obviously if you're an insurance salesman, you could sell insurance to somebody that is on the city council and have a conflict. So there are in a local government, there are all kinds of conflicts set up.
What was the opinion of Tom Pollard?
That Mr. Thompson had an indirect relationship, an indirect conflict in this matter, and therefore should be recused from voting. And I don't recall his statute citation, but he indicated it may have been GS 160, 175.
160A75.
Thank you, 160A75.
Based on the precedent of the most recent with the landfill, where you had indirect conflicts of interest.
Correct.
Then is there...
Well, and one more comment. If we've seen the questions, or as in the case of the mayor, he's heard the questions, it doesn't matter. We're not going to be able to erase that. So from a practical standpoint, whether we've seen them or heard them, it's not going to make any difference. The question before us is, does Mr. Thompson have a conflict or not? If the city attorney has ruled that he's got a conflict, then I'm going to back the ruling of the city attorney. That's my personal position.
I don't know that, I can't recall, there were questions, and we had a discussion, a meeting, and I don't know that there were questions we went away with. It was just informational meetings. So I don't know what I'm looking at, really.
There's a motion to excuse him.
Is there a motion to excuse him?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I assume we're on basically the honor system up here, and if Mr. Thompson thinks he has a conflict, then I guess we should respect each council member, and he feels he has one, so I would call a question.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to excuse Mr. Thompson. No discussion. Council, please vote. And the motion passes by a vote of 9-0. Thank you very much. Perhaps there'll be some precedent in that we can call on later. Now back to the matter at hand, the actual public hearing item, the resolution. I called on you, I believe, Mr. Manager.
Just
And we
a
do
point-
have speakers on this, too, by the
A
way.
point of clarification, Mr. Key had indicated a desire to table. Are we moving the item forward, or are we going to table?
I'm going to withdraw that.
Okay. Then in that sense, I'm going to ask Ms. Arkin to come to the podium and walk us through the presentation and brief on the item.
Good evening. I'm Diane Arkin. I'm with the Department of Planning and Community Development, and I'm here tonight to provide some background on the community and city involvement with the Bessemer Shopping Center and to describe the components of a proposal to redevelop it. The Bessemer Center was once the heart of commercial activity on Phillips Avenue, with a grocery store, a drugstore, a laundromat, and of course the McGirt-Horton Library. With the departure in 1998 of the Winn-Dixie store, the 40,000-square-foot shopping center ceased to be the community hub it once was. When the city purchased the property, only 2 spaces were still occupied, the 6,000-square-foot Family Dollar store and the 9,000-square-foot library. The Northeast community has never wavered in its desire to reestablish the center as an economic engine for the surrounding neighborhoods. They've worked tirelessly to attract a grocery store and to build a partnership with the city to restore the center to its previous place in the community. In 2003, a neighborhood center planning process memorialized the community's vision, which included a state-of-the-art library, a grocery store, and public space where neighbors could meet and interact in a vibrant community setting. To facilitate the realization of the community's vision, the city purchased the center in January of 2008 for a little less than $1,250,000. Funds to purchase the center came from library and redevelopment bonds and the Community Development Block Grant. Subsequent to purchase, the community vision was revisited and refined in a series of focus groups. And in early 2010, you approved a $61,000 budget for initial marketing, feasibility, and site analyses. In March of this year, you approved a $25,000 contract with East Market Street Development Corporation to act as the city's lead agent in coordinating redevelopment of the center. At this time, the council is being asked to consider a development proposal submitted by New Bessemer Associates, LLC, a joint venture between Beacon Management and Carolina Healthcare Initiatives. East Market Street Development Corporation had been proposed as one of the LLC partners, but I've been told they will be removed due to the potential for a conflict of interest. This proposal includes upgrades to the site and existing building and represents a $2,085,000 investment. In order to move forward with this proposal, the developer is asking council to consider approving sale of a subdivided portion of the site, an economic development loan for $685,000, a purchase money mortgage for the fair market value of the land, and a sales development agreement that outlines the terms and conditions of the sale and the expectations for development. The proposal being considered is for the subdivided portion of the site that includes the existing shopping center building and the majority of the parking lot. The other 2 sections of the site will remain in city ownership. Library bond funds of $446,000 have been associated with acquisition of the library portion of the site. The additional funds, $378,000 from redevelopment bonds and $450,000 from Community Development Block Grant funds, can be prorated over the rest of the site at around $103,000 per acre. Calculating purchase price only by acreage, the cost for the section under consideration would be approximately $560,000, but would be valued less highly by retail tenants because of its location behind the library. And the third site to the east would be somewhere around $268,000. The library site fronts on Phillips Avenue and is therefore the prime piece of real estate, so the cost per acre would probably be higher than that of the other 2 sites. Looking more closely at the proposed redevelopment plan, you can see the Family Dollar store in its new location,
where the McGirt Horton Library used to be. Family Dollar's investment in the upfit of that space is projected to be well over $100,000. The proposed configuration for the building shows 3 additional spaces, 15,000 square feet for a grocery store and 10,800 square feet for an anticipated third tenant. The developer has received a letter of intent from a national grocery chain and is having discussions with local healthcare entities that have expressed interest in occupying the third space. With the addition of that third tenant, the building would be 75% occupied, which is the threshold for making renovations and upgrades feasible. The developer's $2,085,000 investment is anticipated to be used as shown on this slide. A construction to permanent loan for $1 million will be secured from a private lending institution. The fair market value of the land will be secured with a purchase money mortgage, and the developer has requested that the remaining $685,000 be granted in the form of an economic development loan from the city. Sources for those loan funds are anticipated to be a combination of economic and redevelopment bond funds and community development block grant funds. The city loan terms initially proposed by the developer were for a 40-year fully amortized loan at 0% interest, but are still under discussion. Staff suggests 5 contingencies for sale of the land and execution of the loan, which would be more fully described in a sales development agreement between the city and the developer. Prior to execution of land conveyance and loan documents, the developer would need to show proof of a firm commitment of $1 million or 50% of total development costs, and a firm commitment from a reputable builder for a bondable construction contract. The developer will also need to accept the existing lease agreement with Family Dollar, have verified lease agreements sufficient to bring the center to the 75% occupancy threshold, and negotiate a fair agreement with the city for the library's share of common area maintenance. The common area maintenance agreement is anticipated to be significantly less than the $40,000 a year the city currently pays for maintenance and security, costs which will become the responsibility of the developer owner. Once these conditions are fulfilled, land conveyance and loan documents can be executed and renovations can begin. So what does the community and the city get for its investment? Family Dollar is investing more than $100,000 in capital improvements and will add 4 to 5 jobs when it moves to its renovated space. The grocery store has stated its intention to invest more than $222,000 in capital improvements and create over 20 full and part-time jobs at wages of $10 to $11 an hour. Execution of a third lease with one of the tenants under consideration would bring additional capital investment and potentially another 20-plus jobs, most likely at higher wages. Under the investment scenario described here, property tax revenue is projected to increase from the current, which is 0 under city ownership, to somewhere around $35,000 a year. Given 75% occupancy, the developer can make payments on the city loan of at least $27,000 per year. Again, the proposed payment structure is still under discussion. And last but not least, the redevelopment of the Bessemer Center fulfills the commitment that the city made to Northeast community residents 10 years ago to restore the center to its previous role as an important destination in the community. Thank you.
If there are no questions, we have, you can take questions now. We have several speakers. We have 1, 2. Why don't we hear the speakers and then come back with the questions? Let me call the speakers. Mr. George Hartzman, Mr. George Carr, and Mr. Mac Sims. And if you will, when you have 5 minutes each, you can give your name and address, please.
My name is George Hartzman. I live at 2506 Bay Tree Drive. My issue with this agenda item is that of a conflict of interest. It was interesting, the conversation that occurred before now. The companies that are listed, Beacon Management and Healthcare, Carolina Healthcare Initiatives, no one knows who they are, and if the principals are here, I'm glad that they are, but it is very reminiscent of a loan that was refinanced for an LLC that was owned by Skip Alston, or that is still owned by Skip Alston, and the item went on to the consent agenda under the name of an LLC, and nobody knew whose loan you were refinancing. And in this case, if the prior conversation hadn't occurred, it might not be known exactly who the principals are in Beacon Management and Carolina Healthcare Initiatives. It is very like a city council agenda item that has been removed from several items and agendas in the last couple months for a company that is named Landport LLC that was looking for $4 million plus for a shovel-ready site. That Landport LLC is owned by one Roy Carroll that has contributed money to some, if not most, of the city council members present, plus several that are running this year for city council. So when I was looking at the agenda, I saw that on agenda number 27, you're approving the Greensboro Farmers Market lease, and that has kind of the same problem because David Kraft, who is going to be the proprietor, if you want to call it that, has given campaign contributions to more than one city council member.
Mr. Hartzman, I'm going to ask you to please stay with the agenda item, please.
Thank you, sir. So Beacon Management is owned by George Carr, who has given to Trudy Wade in 2008, Trudy Wade in 2009, Zach Matheny in 2007, I believe, which was coincident with a zoning approval while Mr. Matheny was on the zoning commission, and the contribution was semi-coincident with that. Zach Matheny again in 2009, and Robbie Perkins in 2007 and 2009. For the current year, has Mr. Carr or anyone who is a principal with this project given money to any members of City Council for this election cycle? Oh, well done. I thought that went well.
You know, George, I'll say, because it's open, I put a file of my campaign finance report. I gladly accepted a contribution from Mr. Carr's, and he's an outstanding citizen, and I was glad to accept it. I don't know if you sold your soul for $100 or not, but I can tell you I didn't. Thank you for your points.
Thank you. Has anyone else accepted a campaign contribution from Mr.
I
Carr?
have not, but I will vouch for Mr. George Carr. He's a long-term, long-standing, very valuable member of this community. I will personally vouch for him.
The issue is not with Mr. Carr. The issue is with the purchasing and selling of influence with City Council, with campaign contributions, which seems to be a conflict of interest, but we have Mr. Thompson with a direct financial interest, but somehow campaign contributions are exempt from that. And I find it to be non-transparent and a serious problem with the politics as they stand in the city of Greensboro, North Carolina. This is very problematic. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to state for the record that actually campaign finance is an open and transparent process. It's not behind the scenes. I just admitted that I received a contribution, and he just rattled off all our contributions since back into '07. So campaign finance, if done correctly, should be done correctly, is always an open and transparent process.
Excuse me. Mr. Perkins, I've got several, if you wish to speak, I don't know who's in order here. Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I don't understand how a political process in America can run without campaign contributions from someone, and typically those that give those contributions are interested in what the politicians do from time to time. And I think Mr. Hartzman's gone, but we continue to have this issue, and I don't know how you resolve it other than this is a city that has some active folks that are interested in what we do. And we disclose our contributions and we move on under the law.
Mr. Key and then Ms. Bellamy-Small.
Well, I was going to address Mr. Hartzman, too. Yes, I received a campaign contribution from Mr. Carr, but the contribution was this year, and we've been working on this project for almost a year now. And I think Congress has passed a law that any company can contribute to any candidate, if I'm not mistaken. Corporations. And I also wanted to tell Mr. Hartzman that if you're interested in who is the owner or participant of an LLC, you can go on the state website, and I think they will disclose that information.
Ms. Bellamy-Small.
So, waste of time since he left to not hear the answers, but I think Mr. Hartzman also ran as a candidate, so therefore he too has been involved in the process. And our contributions are made public. And so I don't think it's necessary for the council to say, I don't think it's necessary for the council to sit up here and defend or say who you got contributions from. I think yesterday was our pre-election filing, and so we have to document all of that, and it's made public record. So that's not even a possibility for a discussion here, and I was not asking for any comment back from the speaker, and his time is up.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Max Sims. Thank you.
I have 26 seconds.
I think your time is up, sir. Thank you.
My name is Max Sims. My address is 601 East Market Street. I'm here supporting the proposal that was made by staff in support of the Bessemer Center. With East Market Street Development Corporation, we've been involved with the center and redevelopment of the center since 1998 when we first lost a major grocery store chain there, and over the number of years there have been a number of meetings discussing the revitalization of the center. One of your former colleagues, Goldie Wells, was very much involved in starting the citizens from Northeast Greensboro several years ago as a result of the rehabilitation of the center's need. And we came before you probably about a year ago asking for your support in the investment center. We went back and revisited our proposal and came back as a lead agent to you in January, and you approved that. And since then, we've been working very steadily, moving forward with the center. And we were quite fortunate. As a matter of fact, we did not think we'd be here at this particular time. We anticipated occurring about another 18 months. But we were quite fortunate that the major grocery store chain was very much interested in the center. They very much wanted us to be involved with them, and very quickly. And we realized with the economy as it is that we could not wait for another 18 months to go with the center. Therefore, we went to a developer who had made some interest in being the lead agent, as a matter of fact, and knew about the project and asked if they were interested in moving on, because we needed someone who's familiar with the project, who's familiar with the community and been involved in that. That's how we got with the present developer. We know and we believe that this is a catalyst for Northeast Greensboro, is a sign of revitalization, and it will build upon Northeast Greensboro, the success of the library, and this will be another success. As staff has indicated, this project will probably have about $3.5 million value once it is completed and upfitted. But what it will do, other than that, will bring pride to the community. It will restore the community's pride in this community, as a sense that, we really know and appreciate what's happening in Northeast Greensboro, and that it will bring robust retail to the community and bring a much-needed grocery store and much other needed services there. As you well know, it's probably one of the best organized community organizations that we have, Northeast Concerned Citizens. Very supportive and very much involved in this. We've had a steering committee involved in this. They know of all the particulars of the shopping center. They know about the development, and they know about the developers, and support it wholeheartedly. Therefore, I ask you for your support of this endeavor, and let us move forward with this, and again, bring revitalization to Northeast Greensboro. Thank you.
Move to close public hearing.
We have one, I believe we do. Let's see. Yeah, we do. George Carr.
Good evening. My name is George Carr, and Mayor Knight, members of the council, thank you for giving me a minute to speak. I'm going to be very brief because I know there's quite a bit of conversation that has already ensued. I'd like to clarify a couple of items. I know the name of my company, Beacon Management Corporation, was named, as was Carolina Healthcare Initiatives. And I know that names like this sometimes do disguise who exactly is involved. But Beacon Management is a corporation that I've started many, many years ago, back in 1979. It's been very active in the Greensboro community since that time. And Carolina Healthcare Initiatives is a solely, it's a LLC entity which was developed by a business partner, Vernon Powell. Vernon wanted very much to be here tonight. His mother passed away just a couple of days ago, and he is down in Wilmington preparing for a funeral which will be held tomorrow. I think Diane has recounted the issue very, very well. I think most of the members of the council are aware of the fact that the Bessemer shopping center has been really nearly vacant for a long, long time, and the city has made a major investment in the rebuilding of the library at that location, and it's a great addition to the neighborhood. And we've just noted for a long time that revitalizing that neighborhood will really not come until that center is essentially rebuilt. And that's what we would like to do. We are still one tenant short. So all of the best laid plans will not occur until there's one more major tenant, and no city loan funds or anything of the kind would be spent until we have a full round of tenants, at least to the tune of garnering 75% occupancy. So we think this venture has been carefully structured. We have been working with members of the city staff. The mayor was good enough to come, and individual members of the council, or at least a couple of them, have been kind enough to take a little time to look at to what we have planned. It is what it is. It's the hope for a revitalized commercial area in Northeast Greensboro. That's exactly what it is. The entire area is surrounded by residential activity, and we think it would fit as a community service beautifully. Again, we are one resident short, but we would bring back a grocer, which has not been there for a long time. Family Dollar would get rebuilt and expanded, and we would have very decent parking established for the library, and we think it'd be a wonderful addition to the area. I hope you'll see fit to support us, but rest assured, please, that no city money would be spent unless we have at least a 75%, we become 75% rented. I'd be glad to accept any questions that you might have.
George, I think it's important that this is not spending money out of the general fund. This is a loan. I liken it, I think it's structured somewhat like what we did a year and a half, almost 2 years ago with the Nussbaum Center.
Yes.
It's a favorable loan. It is a loan that will be repaid. It will take time, but it will be repaid.
Yes.
And so it's not giving, it is participating.
It is borrowing, that's right.
And Mr. Key and then Ms. Paul, I believe you.
Yes, I'd just like to add that this project has been dormant since 1998, and we now have the opportunity to move forward to create some jobs. How many jobs do you anticipate will be created once you're 75%?
Well, I think Diane had a number, but when we get up there, it's going to be, I think it would certainly be, certainly far more, I would say 15 to 20. Diane had a...
The grocery store has stated its intent to bring 20 full and part-time jobs to this location at a wage of $10 to $11. The other third entity that is not yet known for the third space conceivably will bring another 20-plus jobs to the area, and it looks like that would be at higher wages.
Okay.
And I also want to add that we're taking a project that is currently a non-revenue producing project and making it a revenue producing project for the city of Greensboro. So that, along with the potential job creation, this is what we as a council should be working on constantly. And I certainly will be supporting this project.
Close the public hearing.
All right. Is there a motion and a second to close the public hearing? Those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Diane, did you wish to speak?
I wanted to, first of all, thank you for having the vision of understanding the necessity of live, work, and play in East Greensboro. And I think that if we continue to move forward with not reopening the landfill, and what staff has said is that usually whenever we get one person to invest, others say, okay, this is a good place to be and a good place to go. There are many families in that area that don't have transportation, so to have the walkability to shopping and that kind of stuff as is enjoyed in other communities is very, very key. So I hope that we understand that having infill projects like this and having people who have the money to step up and make that commitment, we need to do everything we can to be supportive of that and to make sure that, this does happen. So on behalf of not just the folks in that Phillips Avenue area, but East Greensboro, you just don't know how much this means in beginning to bring parity to East Greensboro.
Thank you. I do, in fact, realize I'm a partner in an apartment complex just down the street, New Garden Apartments, and we have 76 families there that would, and their lives would be greatly enriched by the ability to have a neighborhood grocer.
Right. And I didn't say that because of a campaign contribution, because I haven't gotten one from you.
No, and I would like very much to
whoever I have overlooked, I would certainly like to apologize. And Mayor Knight, thank you for your very kind remarks,
Thank you.
and members of the council.
Long friendship. If I may, I'd like to recognize Mr. Key, I think for the purpose of a motion. And then we'll have questions on the motion. Mr. Key, did you want to go ahead and make your motion?
Yes, before I make the motion, I just want to thank the entire council because we all voted unanimously in the beginning to move this project forward. And I want to particularly thank Councilman Matheny. He has not only supported this project, but he has gave some very needed leadership. So I want to thank all the council and Councilman Matheny as well. And I'd like to move that we move item 24.
Second.
Second, motion and a second on item 24. Now, discussion, Ms. Rakestraw.
Mr. Carr,
Yes.
when did Winn-Dixie move out, and why did they leave that area?
I don't have the details in full, but it seems to me that Winn-Dixie's been gone a long time. I would say, my guess is 1998, 10 or more years, I was going to say.
Oh, 1998.
And I think it was a period when, the bigger stores were getting created and smaller stores were essentially being taken out of service.
And so this, and so the new one that you are wooing to the area, they are a stable.
We sure hope so.
Me too.
We certainly hope so. Save a lot. They have. We've looked at. They appear to be stable. They've got a number of operating facilities. They operate They often go into areas that have been gotten overlooked, where the big stores are non-existent, and they seem to be providing a very, very good service in many of those areas. We have visited some of their other stores. We're impressed with what we see, and we think they'd be, we believe, we have to believe they'd be a very stable member of the community. We would be making a pretty strong financial bet to that effect.
What's the nearest location of one of their stores to Greensboro?
Let's see.
There are two stores.
The closest one is...
There are two stores,
right
one on
over at Cone.
Yanceyville.
Cone, yeah, it's right at Cone and Cone and Summit.
Yeah, and then there's one in my district. It was the first one that was open. That's at the Spring Valley Shopping Center at the corner
Yes.
of Meadowview and Randall Road.
Okay, and it is Save-A-Lot.
Yeah, and it was the first one, and then the one on Yanceyville, and it is still, very viable in the community.
Thank you.
Dr. Wade, did you wish to?
Mr. Manager, first, from looking over this as a business and a loan of $685,000, I didn't see any financials on this LLC, and I did go on the website and didn't see it listed in Raleigh. Also, I was a little concerned that our lead agent was suddenly in an LLC that was asked to choose the construction. That's a definite conflict for me. So I guess my question is, do we know anything about how we're going to repay the loan? Because I think the Family Dollar Store has a reduced rate for rent, does it not?
Yeah. Are you asking me or?
No, the
okay.
manager and the staff.
And if you need me to, I can answer that.
Staff.
They do have a reduced rate, but it's not significantly reduced. The developer actually worked with them to increase the rate and include some pass-throughs for the area. They have a very clear model of how they do their stores, what kinds of buildings they come into, and how they set up their stores. And that includes being the loss leader for an area. So that was where they came to the table. But
I'm not questioning how Family Dollar runs their store or
I'm sorry,
Save
Save a Lot.
But my question is, if Family Dollar store has a reduced rent rate and Save a Lot, are they going to have a reduced rent rate also? I'm just trying to see how we're going to pay back the loan. And because we're using taxpayers' money for this, and we're all took an oath to look after, be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. So it seems more like we're given a grant that might not ever be paid back. And if we're going to do something like that, then we just need to say we want to make a grant and do it for this area, and we don't expect to be paid back. But if we do expect actually, like we're talking about up here, to have a return, I want to know how we're going to have the return if everybody's getting a reduced rate, the library's not included, we don't have a third tenant, we're going to get a loan for $1 million beside the loan that the city would take. And while you're at it, did we have an actual appraisal on the property? Or
We have an appraisal in process. I was hoping we'd have it back by now, but we'll have it this
So we don't even know
week.
for sure what it appraises for, correct?
We
I
do
just think
not.
we're a little premature in everything because we haven't seen any of those things I just asked about. And I guess my third point would be, Mr. Manager, we didn't do an RFP on this, did we, to see if anyone else would have wanted to come in? And I mean, that's a pretty good deal to have a 40-year loan, and if you're not 70% full, that you don't have to pay it back. And I'm just not seeing where the money's going to come from to repay the loan. And that's okay, because I understand the concept, but then we need to say that and do it as a grant, and then it's a giveaway here for something else. I'm just trying to see where we are.
The loan is underwritten by banks along with the city of Greensboro. And I can assure you, they are seeing the revenue stream and counting it very, very carefully as it's very necessary to make the loan payments. We have negotiated for $1 million loan. We don't think we can push the commercial lender any higher. We have already worked on that. We have worked on rents. The Family Dollar does have a reduced rent now. They have a very substantial, they have a very significant, rent, but it's way below the existing marketplace. Part of the need that we have is to replace the lost revenue from Family Dollar, because they do have a preferential lease, and to try to get as much rent as we can out of Save a Lot. But we have pushed them, and we've brought them up, but I think they're at about, I'm afraid to give you the per square foot cost, but they have been pushed. They are not willing to go any higher, and this is where we are. But we do have very good coverage on the loans with the projected revenue, so long as we get the next tenant in place.
Mr. Manager, what do we have for the $685,000 plus the property that we don't have appraised, so we don't know how much money we're talking about?
You said, what do we have?
For collateral. And how are we ensuring to the taxpayers that the loan will be returned? The payments will be made?
Okay, you'd be in a second mortgage position behind the first mortgage, and until we get the appraisal back, we can't really provide you a full risk analysis of what your position will be. But we would say that the performance that we have seen look very realistic. More than happy to share those with you, that there is sufficient cash to cover the debt. Now, one piece is very important. We will not even make this loan until 75% occupancy is achieved. So they have to pre-lease 75% before they go forward with construction. So at 75%, they can pay the $27,000 plus payment to the city, as well as pay the lease to pay the debt service to the first mortgage lender.
And are we not required to see if there's an upset bid?
Not in this situation because we're selling that to a nonprofit at fair market value, and the state law actually allows for you to do that.
It's just we don't know what fair market value is at this point.
We don't, and we will not until we get the full appraisal. We will be surprised if we're significantly off. But all of those details will have to be worked out before we get anywhere near a closing table.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Ms. Bellamy Small had gone next, and then Mr. Key. And then Mr. Perkins, I believe.
Okay. To answer Councilwoman Wade's question, the proposed loan is a 25-year loan at 6% APR with a 5-year call. And to answer Councilwoman Rakestraw's question, Save-A-Lot, I believe, is a Fortune 100 company.
Mr. Key, I was talking about the $685,000 that can be a 40-year loan, and how we're going to return the payment on that.
The proposed revenue from the rents easily cover the payments to the city.
Yes, I made a motion. You got a question?
I just want to say that I want to compliment the staff and the developers, Max Sims and East Market Street Development Corp., and Beacon, George Carr Neighborhood Association for their tenacity in staying with this project. And this is really hard work to take an old center that has been closed and reopen it, get a tenant like this that is interested in signing a lease. And, your renderings are beautiful. I think it will be a great complement to our library. I think it will enhance public safety in the area. And George, I remember walking through those townhouse units that you redeveloped some almost 20 years ago, I guess 18 years ago. And I walked through them when there were holes in between the units that the drug dealers used to sell drugs in one, and they could run in between the units in the holes they'd knock through the walls to escape out the backside before our police officers could get after them. And it was extraordinary, the difference between those units and how they were and what y'all did with them. And they have functioned for 15, 18 years now in providing very nice housing for the neighborhood. And I think that this is a project that we have to let it evolve, and we have to give them our endorsement and encouragement, because there's still a lot of hard work to do. But this neighborhood's been counting on this, and I think for us to show anything other than unbridled enthusiasm is a mistake.
Ms. Bellamy Small.
I would just remind the council that we just voted on an incentive that is going to enhance and possibly be an asset in another district. And it's time for us to be equal and fair. I don't think that staff, I think that Andy Scott has a proven record of making sure that the I's get dotted and the T's crossed if we stay out of his way and let him do his job. And so I think that if you've got an investor who are rare in this economic time, who is willing to make this kind of investment for a community that is a part of Greensboro, there is no reason why we cannot vote on this and vote in the affirmative.
Let's see, Mr. Matheny, then Ms. Rakestraw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. George, have you ever bullied me into voting for something?
I don't think I could, Zach. I would. I don't think I could, but certainly not.
Well, I just wanted that on the record, that Mr. Carr has never twisted my arm or bullied me just because he gave me a contribution. My company, and I'll refer to this because people beat up real estate, but I work for a real estate firm, and I'm proud to work for a real estate firm. And the firm I work for doesn't own any commercial property in the city of Greensboro, although we have. We do own about 5 million square foot. So if you put that into perspective, we own about 5 friendly shopping centers throughout the southeast. And we own various and sundry of other little strip shopping centers throughout the southeast. When I look at this deal, and granted it is in East Greensboro, and that could be an added plus, but when I look at this deal, I look at it from the perspective of we've got a plot of land in the city of Greensboro that the city owns, and it's costing us money. And I look at this opportunity and say, well, okay, this takes it off and actually brings it, from a non-tax base to a tax base. And so it'll actually be more of a revenue producer for the city of Greensboro. So to me, that's terrific. You've got if I own a shopping center, if we go to market, and the appraisal will be interesting, but you've got a library, which is a great library, but it blocks a shopping center. If I want to own a shopping center, no offense, Mr. Carr, don't change your mind, I don't want to own a shopping center that's blocked by anything, much less a library. And so when you look at the marketability of what the tenant can go in, you look at that. And so from my perspective, it's something that we can, instead of being a drag on the city's budget, we could get some revenue for the city and maybe hopefully do some other things throughout the city, which I think would be important. I've mentioned recently I'm in a contract to sell my house, and the appraisal came back, and the appraisal was more than what I'm accepting for the offer of my house. Appraisals are great. The reality is the property is worth as much as somebody will pay for it. And in this case, I think it's wise for us to consider this because it's draining us, and you're willing to pay for it and bring it back on our tax base so we can get some revenue. And I do think it'll be great for the city of Greensboro, not only, just east, but in the whole city as the whole grid. And so, I do appreciate you're willing to take this somewhat dilapidated building. I think it's got some environmental issues as well. A parking lot that if you've parked there and visited McGort-Hurton Library, the parking lot needs a serious upgrade, and parking lots aren't cheap either. I think for asphalt coverage is about $2,000 to $3,000 per space. And so we've got some other things that are going on, and I think this is great. So if I have to give back my campaign contribution to make this happen, I'm more than happy to do that.
Can I call for the question?
I think Ms. Rakestraw wished to make a comment first, if you will, please.
Andy, I wanted to ask you about the appraisal. That makes me a little nervous that we don't have an appraisal. What could, and I know you're not a soothsayer, but you've done this a whole lot. What type of appraisal, how much would it be off that it would affect this particular deal or commitment?
It would have to be significantly off, because I think we've been pretty conservative in estimating values out there based on what we're seeing from comps in the area, from comparable land sales. So I feel pretty confident that we're close. But and again, I think Mr. Matheny is right. I used to be an appraiser. An appraiser basically is telling you what he or she thinks a piece of property is worth. Nothing really counts until someone writes a check for it. But our issue, and again, I don't want, is in your risk profile, that you are behind a $1 million mortgage. So for any amount of appraisal or value that's less than $2 million, you are exposed. And that's one of the things that when that information is available to you, we will provide you. And I think it should be available in the next week or so.
Okay. And Mr. City Manager, do we have any conflict of interest within any of these partners that are taking on this responsibility?
No, given the recognition that Ms. Arkin made earlier that East Market Street is not a development partner, there are no conflicts or potential conflicts that we are aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Wade, and then I'll recognize Mr. Key again.
First, Mr. Matheny, I'm glad you brought up the bank, because I don't think they would give a loan without doing an appraisal, whether they thought it was high or low or in this economy or not. I would find it very hard to get one from a bank, and we're getting ready to give one and not even have an appraisal. The other problem I see is if we give a loan on this particular property and we didn't do any RFPs and we're willing to do a city loan, does that mean on any property that the city owns that other people will have a chance to get a 40-year loan in the city?
No, of course, no, it does not mean that.
But
of course it does not.
we are giving one, and we do have the area of the Coliseum Inn that certainly is costing us money because we bought it for much more than we can sell it for. Would there be a possibility of someone going and developing that area and having the same benefits of a 40-year loan that you'd pay back if you could?
Well,
Without giving, have we had a financial statement at all? Have
Right.
we seen how we're going to do the payback?
Our intention isn't to give a loan where you pay back if you can. We have certain conditions upon which have to be met before we would make such a loan. In a very hard to redevelop area, council's got to make a decision about what level of risk they're willing to accept to move a project forward. This is not one where the market would come in and just do it itself. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be having the discussion that we're having there today. But as a policy issue, that's, how you want to structure deals going forward for other sites is really your prerogative to make a decision on.
And I guess, Mr. Scott, you just answered my question. We don't know the risk at this point.
Well, we aren't fully aware of what the entire risk profile is at this point.
Mr. Key, I believe you wish to.
Yes, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. There's a second. Okay. The question has been called, and we do have a motion on the floor in a second. Will the council please vote? And the motion passes by a vote of 7-1. Thank you. Thank you, George. Thank you. Mr. Manager, looking at the clock, and we're going to go into closed session, I believe.
At 7:30, Your Honor, we will need a closed session during our break.
Can we go into closed session, while we're, it's just, we got to take a break. The reason we've got to take a break is so the person doing the closed captioning can rest their fingers. But if we go into closed session, won't that give them a break anyway?
Yes.
So let's go into closed. I would make the motion. Okay.
You preempted me.
I'm sorry. I'm hungry. I move that the city council go into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the Greensboro area.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Those in favor? Aye. Thank you. And we will return. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to City Connections, the program that brings you information about what's happening in the city of Greensboro. Today, we're coming to you from one of the city's richest resources, Central Library. Now, we've got a lot of information to share with you. I want to show you more of the library, and I want to tell you about things going on in the city, so let's get rolling. Now, the city understands the importance of excellent customer service. We want to offer that to our residents. As such, City Hall is undergoing a major renovation. Assistant City Manager Denise Turner-Roth has more.
Well, over the past year, we've been going through the process of transforming the main entrance of the Melvin Municipal Building to West Washington Street and creating a true entranceway into City Hall. we found that sometimes it was challenging to navigate your way through the building. And that shouldn't be the case when residents want to interface with their government. It should be as easy as possible. What we've done is coordinated all of our main services that residents typically come to City Hall for into one area. When people come in through our main entrance, if they go to their right, they will see an information desk that can help direct them to any of the departments they may need, or if they have general questions about services from the City of Greensboro. And to their left, they will find the Development Services Office, which is the one-stop shop center where they can get assistance whether they are trying to add a deck to their home or if they're building a large complex. And then straight ahead, they will have access to collections where they can pay their water bill and other services through the city. One of the benefits of this redesign is that we're going to have services that businesses regularly need access to in one place. We have the Development Services Office, which is going to be a one-stop shop center, and we also have the Economic Development and Business Services Office, which is coming online later this year. Our hope is that for those who are in our business community that interface with the city, that they have an easy place to access the people they need as well as the services they need. Our Development Services Office came online earlier this year, and we look forward to having our business office come online later this year as well. If residents want to find out more information, they can either call 373-CITY. We have representatives on that line from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. That's 373-2489. Or you can just come down to 300 West Washington Street, and there's someone here to help you as well.
Now, of course, the library has books, but don't forget to check out their extensive selection of music and DVDs. Now, our next story focuses on the Aquatic Center and the special programs they have designed for elementary age students that want to learn how to swim. Sabir Muhammad visited and helped them out with their program. Susan Brayman has more.
Public use is available 7 days a week at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. For recreational swimming in the pool behind me, that would be 9 to 5 from Monday through Saturday, and additionally on Sunday from 10:30 to 5. In addition to the public hours for recreational swimming, we have developed an extensive Learn to Swim program for all levels, from infant through adult Learn to Swim, and we've also created some bridge classes for those people who want to continue that know how to swim but might want to work more on stroke work. Today we were fortunate enough to have Sabir Muhammad to come to the Aquatic Center, and he was able to get in the water today with students, and I think it's going to have a just tremendous far-reaching impact on the second grade students in Guilford County. The abilities that he and the achievements that he has made in swimming as a very accomplished African-American swimmer does so much for these young people to see that somebody can achieve, and he was so motivational for them today to inspire them. And we're creating the exposure here through our Learn to Swim program that may not be offered otherwise to some of these students. And to have Sabir here, you know, hands-on, and to talk to them about his experiences and let them know they can do this. We open the facility Monday through Friday at 5 a.m. We have teams training here, and we have lap swimming for the general public that's interested. I would encourage anyone who's interested in seeing it to actually come out here. We have both the program schedule available at the front desk and the informational brochure that will review all the rates and options for us. Also, I would encourage folks to visit our website, which is www.greensboroaquaticcenter.com, or come out and find out more.
Central Library has 126 computers. They're all equipped with Microsoft applications like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and they all have internet access. The time is limited, but they're all available on a first-come, first-served basis. All you need is a library card. Now, in the interest of economic development, the city is creating a one-stop shop for small business owners. John Schauffer is here to tell us all about it.
The new Economic Development and Small Business Support Office is basically a collection of the different business support services provided by the city, to include the Minority and Women Business Enterprise Group, Workforce Development, the new Office of Small and Emerging Business, and the Office of Economic Development in one location, to make it as easy as possible for the citizens to do business in and within the city of with the city of Greensboro. This idea came up last year when the City Council convened a business summit in Greensboro, where we invited all the businesses in the community to come out and express their ideas, what we were doing right, what we were doing wrong. And one of the things that came out of that was that the business community wanted the city to focus more on supporting small businesses. We feel that this will definitely differentiate Greensboro among our peers across the southeast and across the country. Businesses nowadays, one of the things that they do look at is the regulatory environment and how accessible local government is and how willing they are to support and promote the business growing or relocating to that community. So we want to, again, create a very pro-business environment here in Greensboro. The small business owner or large business owner can come in and meet with all of the key representatives of the city as well as the development services areas so that they can, any questions on permitting, regulatory issues, starting the business, connecting with the Small Business Consortium, all of those questions can be answered in one stop. They can certainly connect to the city's website, which does have a link to the Small Business and Economic Development Support Services. Also, one of the other things that to meet with this goal and make the city easier to do business with is we have already established a dedicated business line for businesses to connect to. So you can also call the 373 city number and select option 2, and you'll be connected directly with a specially trained small business support person who can either answer your question or direct you to the person in the city who can. I would just like to add that we're very excited about this opportunity. I think we're all very, very focused on creating job opportunities for the citizens of Greensboro such that everybody who wants a job has an opportunity to have a job. With the economy starting to turn around and the various efforts that we've already made in this area and the momentum that we have, we're optimistic and we're excited about the future, and we look forward to this being the next step in helping to bring additional small businesses, large businesses, and new jobs to the citizens of Greensboro.
Located just inside the front doors of the Central Library, you'll find a great little hideaway called the Book Lovers Shop. You can sit and relax and enjoy a cup of coffee, or you can browse their great selection of gently used books at bargain prices. All proceeds go to benefit the Greensboro Public Library. Now let's take a look at October's Month in Review.
His foster mom and find out all the things about him. Because he's so cute. Check him out. So cute. There he is.
It was the year 1970 when I first met her in my other life, if you believe in that sort of kind of thing. But anyway, from the moment we saw each other, I knew that we were going to form a lifelong bond that would never die. But as time began the race to try to catch up and make itself the present, I find her now gone. She's locked away in a CD case like a coffin under a tombstone that says 1970 all the way to, well, I never was actually sure when she died.
Why is the most beautiful thing I've seen all day, the skyline from my high school's park. It reminds me of two shattered pieces of glass trying to fight each other at the broken edge. Like, my perception of religion versus my view of the world, there's a big gap in between filled with my sanity, but they both fail to realize that they derive from the same thing.
50 years ago, some 300 African Americans submitted applications to be among the first to integrate the Greensboro Fire Department. Only 28 were selected. What an impact those 28 young men made, not just for the fire department, but also for the city of Greensboro. Together they made history.
I can only imagine the stress, anxiety, and the level of responsibility the class of 61 felt undertaking this commitment to serve. They not only assume the role of a firefighter, which is stressful enough within itself, but they also assume the role of pioneer, trailblazer, role model, and hero for every African American citizen in the city of Greensboro.
We worked through some very difficult situations
but we all work together to help each other and to make this particular situation work. Now, it was no cakewalk. I use that pretty often to let people know that things didn't happen magically. You really had to work to get through the situation. And making us feel that we've done something important when the only thing we did was come to work and do what we needed to do to help Greensboro citizens continue to receive the excellent service that we know that they are so deserving.
It helps to know how things are organized here. On the first floor, you'll find fiction and audiobooks, and on the second floor, you'll find the nonfiction, the business collection, and the North Carolina collection. Now let's take a look at this month's Map Facts.
Within the city's public safety result area work plan, what percentage of the citizen satisfaction survey indicates a positive perception of GPD? A, 25%, B, 50%, C, 75%. We'll have the answer when we return. The answer is C, 75%. According to the city's MAP goal of promoting public safety and reducing crime, the police department is working to improve the quality of its service to the public.
Are you looking for a job? Is your resume up to date? The library's information desk is staffed by professional librarians that can help you get your career on the right path. Now, the city's police department is moving into a new building, what we know as the Federal Building. Assistant City Manager Mike Speedling is here to tell us all about it.
Ultimately, we will move, beginning next year, start moving the police department into the building. We will have the first group that goes in will be police logistics, but our immediate goal is to get Central District in there. Right now, Central District is housed with Southern District, the building in the kitchen building at Elm Eugene, and so they're not even in the district that they service right now. So this will be the first time that we've been able to put Central back into the area that they service. So I think that's a big move forward. Right now it's a 5-story building with a basement. Our immediate push will be to occupy the basement for police logistics and possibly some evidence. Then we'll open up the first floor for most of the community-based related things like police communications, police records, things that the community have to come in and utilize. And then the police headquarters element will move to the third floor. That'll take us through probably the first year and a half to 2 years of getting the building ready to occupy. Part of the agreement for us taking the building, it can only be used for public safety, law enforcement. It can't be used for anything else. So the final goal will be that the department will grow into that building and fill it out within the next 3 to 4 years. We've earmarked $300,000 per year for the next 3 years to get us the basic cosmetic stuff that needs to be done. The biggest expense will be the lobby area because right now it's not really designed for today's needs. So that'll require moving some walls and getting it opened up more for the public. So out of the $300,000 per year for the next 3 years, half comes out of asset forfeiture. The police department gets through their seizures, and the other half will come out of taxpayer money from the general fund. The actual handicap entrance right now is at the rear of the building, but we will make accommodations in the front of the building also. That'll be part of the front lobby renovation. Some of the elements that police use, like social services, the court systems, all of that is within walking distance now. In the past, when citizens would have business at the courthouse, and then they needed to go, say for instance, down to police communications, they'd have to go drive down to the kitchen building. So all of that now is going to be close at hand for both the citizens and for the police department and the partners that they work with.
Central Library has 2 state-of-the-art meeting rooms with audio-visual conferencing capabilities and satellite reception. For rental rates and availability, call Donnie Johnson at 574-3569. Now coming up next, we've got our Spotlight segment. Donnie Turlington sits with David Jones from Building Inspections. Take it away, Donnie.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm your host, Donnie Turlington. This month, I'm joined by David Jones. He's the city's chief building inspector, and he's also the manager of development services. David, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your offer.
We are here in front of one of the newest retirement facilities in Greensboro, and what it really represents is construction and jobs and economic development in the city. Talk about your role as building inspector and what goes into what the city does in terms of helping this structure to be safe and to be in compliance with different codes and ordinances.
A lot of mine is to simply keep the process rolling out here in the field, and to make sure we have code compliance on building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire, and so forth, and that all the other departments that are involved, like stormwater, soil erosion, water and sewer, transportation, all those things are also complied with, and that the CO process is issued at the end of the job, and everything's in good order and safe for the community to live in.
And for CO, that means certificate of occupancy.
That's correct.
You get your CO and you know you can start moving in and really kind of using the building the way you plan to use it.
Yeah, we have what's called a stocking CO to move furniture in, and a temporary CO when, like, all the outside work is not quite completed. Then we have a final CO when everything's 100% done and everybody signs off.
City residents probably hear the term building inspections a lot, and they may not quite understand what goes into the whole inspections process. And you talked about, making sure that everything is in compliance. But from a residential standpoint, what does that mean?
It's real similar, actually, on residential and commercial in many respects. We look at buildings from the ground up. Actually, it goes through plan review initially, and everybody makes sure that at least the drawings represent something that's in compliance with all the state and local code requirements. Once the permit's issued to that point, then our job in the field is to make sure that the building is built per the approved drawings. And again, from the foundation up, we come out and look at the footing, the foundation, the slabs, the walls, all the framing, insulation, the roofing, windows. I mean, every aspect of the job we're involved in to make sure that it complies with the state code requirements, and that the building is safe to occupy when you get through.
So you're really the resident's best friend, because you're helping things kind of make sure that they're safe, but the contractors may not. They may sometimes get a little frustrated, but you guys have a job to do, and it's very important.
Well, it is, but it also keeps people bidding on apples for apples. They know what the minimum requirement is, and the minimum life safety requirements are have to be met, and so forth. We are the one person that's not selling anything out here in the field. That's objective. Our job, again, is simple, to make sure that all the code compliance are in place, and that you do what you're supposed to do. So.
David, talk a little bit about development services, because that's an office within the city that's brand new, relatively speaking, and you've been the manager now for the last year almost of development services. But that's a one-stop shop with the explicit design of helping make it a little bit faster, a little bit easier for contractors to get started building in Greensboro.
Yeah, we would try to make it as simple and easy as possible to get a permit in Greensboro, so that we can encourage people to come to Greensboro and build. This represents a lot of jobs, both jobs during the construction process and ongoing jobs after the fact. And this is only one job of many, many jobs that have taken place here in Greensboro in the last year. In September, we had over $29 million worth of construction coming through our office. For the year, we have $343 million worth of jobs coming in through our office. So that represents a lot coming into Greensboro. Again, our whole purpose in development services is to make it as quick and easy and simple as possible. Get you in, get you out, get a permit, get people working in Greensboro, and improve the tax base and add more to our job count in our city.
Well, David, I know you've been with the city for 36 years. You're getting ready to retire at the end of November. We thank you for everything that you've done for the city of Greensboro.
Well, we appreciate that. I've loved my job, still love my job, and I will be here until November 30th. It's been a very, very rewarding career. The city is a great place to work, and Greensboro is a great place to live.
David, thanks so much for your time. And that's all the time we have for this month's Spotlight Edition, but be sure to tune in at the first of the year in January, because you never know where the Spotlight's going to show up.
Central Library offers a variety of story times for preschoolers and toddlers. For more information, drop by and pick up a calendar, or you can call 373-2471. Now let's take a look at this month's upcoming events. Once you have everything you need and you're ready to go, use the convenient self-checkout. You can also track your account. Now, I'm Jody Baumgartner, and I'll see you next time on City Connections.
You wouldn't want this thing living in your pipes, would you?
Yeah!
How do you get rid of him? Hot soapy water?
Nope!
A drain auger?
Come on! Quit it!
A plunger?
What's happening here?
The only effective way to avoid grease blobs is to not pour grease down your drain, or you may end up with a grease blob of your own.
Ugh, and you thought I was ugly!
Use your can. Keep your pipes free of grease blobs.
Thank you. We have completed our public hearing items. We'll move into our business items, and the next item on the agenda is agenda item number 25, which is an ordinance in the amount of $5,297,066, amending the Technical Services Capital Project Fund 688 for the multi-year transition to the P25 radio platform. Mr. Manager.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the council please vote? And the ordinance passes by a vote of 9-0. Item 26. Excuse me. A resolution approving a contract with Motorola Solutions, Inc. for the upgrade of the existing 800 megahertz radio network.
Move the resolution.
There's a motion, there's a second. Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I was on a city council that I think awarded this contract some 18 years ago. And if we get this vote done in this time period, I will tell you it will be a world record, because that particular contract was debated over 4 or 5 council meetings. It was a very hard-fought deal, and we jointly considered the contract with the Guilford County Commissioners, and it was something else. And it was so for you guys to come in here and get this kind of project approved, like what we're talking about, $27 million total project, is pretty amazing.
Anyone else? Seeing none, council, please vote. And the item passes by a vote of 9-0. Thank you. Moving to item 27, a resolution approving a lease between the City of Greensboro and the Greensboro Farmers Market, Inc. for management of the Greensboro Farmers Curb Market. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to ask Ms. Turner to give a brief overview of this item.
Thank you. Council directed the city staff to engage our RFP for solicitation of management of the market. On August 1st, council gave direction to the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with Greensboro Farmers Market, Inc. The contract that is in your agenda item is the draft of that discussion and negotiations with the Farmers Market, Inc. It's reflective of the proposal that they originally made as a part of the RFP, as well as some changes in addition. Do speakers?
Yeah,
Mr. Perkins.
I've just got a process question. When the city enters into a lease agreement for any type of service, do we typically get down to this? Does this come to us in terms of our approval of the specific lease agreement, or are they executed by the manager's office without our input?
Frequently, the manager has direction to enter into a lease agreement. Obviously, this has been a matter that council has directed pretty closely. Therefore, we are bringing the details and such back to council.
All right. So, but what we voted on was the concept based on the proposal, and instructed the staff to implement our policy. But what you're bringing us tonight is the actual lease agreement to be voted on. And I understand that you want us to provide you with some cover because it has been a controversial topic, but essentially you do this all the time on our behalf.
That's correct. We typically wouldn't bring you a lease that had a value of $13,000 or $15,000 for your approval in terms of the net revenue. That's correct.
Ms. Bowman-Small.
I have a question about the rental of the tables and that kind of stuff. Is that equipment our equipment, or does it belong to the group that's wanting, that is wanting to manage this?
The equipment belongs to the city.
Okay.
They would
And
use
yet, they're, okay, if I can't find the document I had, but if they're going to be renting out equipment that belongs to us for the benefit of the market, and, you know, should there not also be some shared proceeds of that, since it's our investment in equipment? I mean, just as we're renting the building to them?
Yes, what's proposed currently is a lease rate of $500 a month for the use of the space and associated expenses for the city, as well as 10% of the net profits. That covers the majority of the expenses for the city to manage the space, and while it doesn't have a specific lease agreement for the various equipment, it was deemed to be the price point that would allow for us to regain some of our expenses, as well as to allow for them to get started in trying to manage the market to see how it would perform under this new scenario.
Okay, but having been a vendor, what is, you know, who's going to handle replacement costs of things? Because table legs break and chairs break. I mean, you know, I just feel like that as a part of the cost of doing business, should they not share some responsibility in that? I mean, and if it's not a normal thing we're doing a contract, fine. I just, you know, thought that if they're going to rent out equipment that we pay for, and, you know,
The lease calls for them to be responsible for keeping the personal property in good condition and state of repair appropriate to its current condition and remaining useful life. So they have the onus to make sure that the things that they use that are personal property that are ours work sufficiently and are in the same condition in which they received it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Key.
The monthly rent that we're charging, $500, is that going to cover the cost of utilities and other maintenance?
It does not cover the total cost. There's an interesting dynamic that occurs in this building. It's about 25,000 square feet, and the cost of utilities, at least last year, was $15,600. The majority of the building is taken up by the use of Parks and Recs programs that are not related to the farmers market. That's about 60% of the building, and the rest of it is for the market. The area that is taken up by other programs has about 14 to 15 employees, and it's heated and cooled, and the market itself is not cooled. And there's 1 meter at the location. So the cost for the actual utilities is not built in terms of funds that we would gain back from this agreement. We, in the RFP, said that we would absorb the cost of the utilities in the maintenance of the overall building.
And again, we're doing that because the building is split and we operate a portion of the building separate from the market. Is that what you're saying?
I think it was basically because we have a great use out of the building and we couldn't separate what the cost would be associated with just the market.
Ms. Rakestraw, and then we do have, 3 speakers have been headed to me. Let's have those speakers. I just received these slips. If I may, I'll call you if you'll come up. Donna Myers, David Kraft, and Ruth Foster, in that order, please, if you'll come to the podium. Donna Myers, David Kraft, Ruth Foster.
Hi, I'm Donna Myers. I reside at 211 East Bessemer Avenue. And I'm here in support of the Greensboro Farmers Market Incorporated proposal. I've spoken to you guys in the past. This proposal was inclusive to a lot of the elements that we enjoy at the market today. And as a volunteer for the farmers market for the past 13 years, we recently pulled off our 10th annual Farmers Appreciation Day breakfast on September 12th. I contracted through the city as an independent contractor. We had 2 weeks to pull this event off, and we had several council members that helped us. Nancy Vaughn and Robbie Perkins, Jim Key, and Danny Thompson came out and helped serve some food that morning. We also had volunteers from North Carolina A&T and Bennett College, as well as some of our customers came in and rolled up their sleeves to help out. But this just shows what enthusiasm we have for the market and the community has for the market. And I think with the, I know with the Farmers Market Incorporated proposal, we're going to see more things that bring the community together, support our farmers, and continue to grow this market. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is David Kraft. I live at 605 North Church Street in Greensboro. These are our proposed board members for our group. I'd like for them to come up, and if we have any questions at some point, they may be in a better position to answer some of the questions. Eric Calhoun, Gene Pudlow, Margaret Arbuckle, Pat Bush, Carol Pryor, John Handler. Charlie Brummett couldn't be here. He's recuperating from a little bit of surgery. And another board member, Craven Smith, of Smith Farms here in Guilford County. We appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight about this proposal. At some point, about a year and a half ago, Council decided to seek proposals to manage the market in a nonprofit or private scenario. Private enterprise can effectively manage some government functions with better results. Parks and Rec has used this approach in numerous other programs, such as Bryan Park and the tennis programs. There's a significant amount of citizen interest in the market, as evidenced by Farmer Appreciation Day. And you may remember back in June the hundreds of cards and emails that you received, most of which supported our approach to manage the market going forward. The market breaks even financially at best under city management while consuming valuable time and resources. Our proposal, through increased funding from events and activities and by working with other groups on grants and partnerships, can bring more interest and more resources to the market to make it a more important venue and amenity for the citizens of Greensboro. As a nonprofit, and we are a nonprofit group, any excess income is required to be spent on our mission, which is managing the market and its programs. So when you think about any excess money that comes out of the market, you're going to know where it's going to go. It's going to go into the activities that we are obligated to perform under our organization as a nonprofit. We also feel there's a great opportunity to reach out to underserved areas, promote healthier foods, and to partner with other organizations and to provide educational opportunities on healthier eating, food preparation, and growing your own food. A good example to build from is the summer market in Warnersville. Through better promotion and events, we can grow the market for the benefit of all the citizens, the community, the vendors, and the customers. Farmers markets can be significant destinations in larger towns, and a dedicated vision and effort to grow and expand our market can be achieved by moving forward with our proposal. Finally, we enjoyed working with Parks and Rec and other city staff members to complete this contract. They were professional and diligent. We appreciate the efforts to improve and actively manage the market through this difficult past time, and we hope you value these folks' efforts as well. Finally, the bottom line is you asked for proposals to manage the market. You went through a rigorous process. You picked the best approach, and now it's time to move forward for the benefit of the market, the vendors, the customers, and the citizens of Greensboro. Thank you.
You want to ask a question, Speaker, please?
One, will you consider or have you considered some type of a gift program? Because I know some of the vendors, particularly the vegetable vendors, that once the market is over with, and you may already participate in something like that. As far, you understand what I mean?
What type of program?
Give, where you would give.
Excess food at the end of a market could be donated to groups. I think that would be, I think that's covered in our RFP.
Okay.
And something that we would actively pursue, because if it's just sitting there going bad, it's not doing anybody any good till the next week.
Okay, and then the next thing is I'm a little concerned with the diversity of your board. I think that, you know, you might want to consider the diversity.
We worked hard to get a good balance of vendors, customers, and community folks, and we tried to cover all the bases, and we'll continue to work on that.
Okay,
I think
that's
a good
exactly
point.
what I'm talking about. Okay, and then the last thing is that, would you be interested in having a liaison from council? It would be a non-voting member, just like we're the liaison for other boards and commissions. I know you're not a board necessarily, but since we have such a stake in this thing, I'm just asking, if you don't, fine, but I just think that at least maybe for a year, it might be helpful to have a liaison.
We do have an ex officio member, I believe, from Parks and Rec staff, but I think having a council person who wished to join any of our meetings would be perfectly acceptable.
Thompson, I believe you had a question.
David, you and I and Charlie had a number of conversations prior to the original vote to move this forward and pick your organization to move this. And the one thing that I stressed, as you know, throughout the whole process was making sure that the farmers had a safe haven, that throughout this process that they would not be under any kind of duress throughout the contractual period and thereafter. And you assured me, that y'all had addressed that concern, and so I voted to move it forward. But I heard some news today that there was a situation of where representatives of the farmers were approached about finding another place to go to outside of the farmers market. Are you aware of any of that?
Well, I do know several vendors have looked around at various places in the last year just to keep their options open, but I don't know that any of those have come to any kind of fruition.
And my concern is that if this does go forward and the farmers don't come, then we have lost, Greensboro's lost that brand identity of a farmer's market that it's taken generations to build up. And so that's why I would hate to lose that. And if I was speaking to some folks today, and they were saying, well, the farmers have been asked to go, and they could. There was even space and a developer that could be solicited or was solicited that could provide them space to where the farmers could go elsewhere. And I'm thinking, well, if the farmers go elsewhere, then what exactly is this market that we would be that we would see?
I'll let Pat Bush. She's been a farmer at the market for 25 years. Let her answer that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can pretty much assure you that we will have farmers. There are some very happy farmers at the way things are turning out, and everyone doesn't feel the same, so we might lose a person or two. But right now we have a waiting list of people waiting for table space. I think that what we're proposing and planning to do is pretty exciting, and I think we're going to have an even bigger waiting list. Our problem is going to be where to put them, not, losing all the farmers and income. And, we're fully prepared to keep that. We talked about a ratio of 75% farmers, and we all agree that's, it needs to be farmers. Of course, when you get into the winter months, sometimes there's not quite as many farmers on their tables, but, over the course of the year, we will maintain that. And so I can assure you that you're going to have a very wonderful turnout with this. And I'm not aware or haven't heard. I heard that there is a market maybe opening up downtown, but someone told me it would be a lot of crafts, more crafts than farmers. But there will be some farmers, and each farm is a business, and so they have to look at it like, where is the best place for me to be, represent my goods and stuff, and make those sales, because I make 100% of my living and have for not quite 25 years, because at first we had to have some jobs, but we can definitely do that. And again, like I said, people need to decide for themselves where they want to sell. But I think that the market under Greensboro Farmers Market is going to be so wonderful. They're going to be lining up on Saturdays and Wednesdays to get a table there if they don't already have one, the majority. Were there did anyone have any other questions from a farmer
Mr. Key?
perspective?
Yeah, we'll wait till the others.
I had a question for Mr. Kraft.
Yes, yes, sir.
Would you be opposed to a 6-month review where we take a look at the market, the additions, the changes that you've made, the complaints, how you've resolved those kind of things?
That would be fine. I think that's very reasonable.
We have one up. Did you want to hear? We have one up. Okay, Ruth Foster.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ruth Foster, and I reside at 3005 Steepleton Colony Court in Greensboro. I have approached you before representing the other proposal for the market, farmers, and the farmers that have been there for multi-generations, and the farmers also that are there year-round, not just in the summer months. We have a big problem with the contract, and I definitely think that this is a big loss of income for the city, that handled correctly, the city could be making the money. And I know for a fact that there are a lot of farmers that will not be happy if this group takes over and takes over under this contract arrangement. And I would also like to say that yesterday, well, actually starting Friday, that member Jim Key approached us, called Rodney Gann, farmer, and myself, and asked to meet with us. We did meet with him yesterday, and the first thing he said to us was that the vote would not be in our favor, that they have the vote, and would we consider going elsewhere, and he would be willing to work a deal to get another facility for the farmers to set up. And he also said that, and I kept saying, but this is a bad deal for the city. I think, and I kept bringing it back to the issue of it being a bad deal for the city, and he said, it's a done deal. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. Let's concentrate on building a better place for the farmers. That was a little bit curious to me. I don't understand why, if council agrees that this is a good thing, that somebody is approaching us and asking us to do something different. Like I said, we do have a big problem with the contract, and I have given Assistant City Manager Denise Turner a list of my concerns, or our concerns, if you've had a chance to look them over.
Well, let's let her, have you finished your comments for the hour?
I would add another thing, that I think in terms of what we were watching in terms of East Bessemer development, and this being in District 2, we also said that we feel that that area would be underserved, and for $500 a month rent, that's a total of $6,000 a year. We don't know where the maintenance fees are, who's going to pay, what, $2,000 parking space to repave the parking, and all the other hidden costs that are there, and I would just really caution the city to look at this and think of it carefully. And we would love to see Matt Brown in there. I think that would be more of a neutral arrangement, and that's what we would like to see. Thank you.
Mr. Key.
Yes, I'd like to address a couple of statements that Ms. Foster made. Yes, I met with you, called and met with you. Matter of fact, that was the second time I met with you and Mr. Gann.
Mm-hmm. The first time was before the RFPs were put in. That's correct.
Yes, and I also asked to meet with you and Mr. Kraft, and you refused to meet with Mr. Kraft.
And that was before, that was during the proposal.
My intent was to find a win-win solution for you as well as for the farmers market, because, and I said that I didn't think that you were going to win this case because we've already voted on it, and you lost the first time. So I was anticipating, I'm not asking for a response, I'm talking to you now. I was anticipating that you were not going to win. You never know how the votes are going to go until they actually are voted. So you never can say who's going to win, who's not going to win. I was just giving you my opinion. And I was trying to find a workable solution for you as well as for District 2. There is no fresh market in District 2, as I told you, Mr. Gant, yesterday. And I think that the district certainly deserves a full-time fresh market. And I was willing to help you and the disgruntled farmers. I certainly realize that you don't represent all the farmers, but the disgruntled farmers, I was looking for a place to help you set up, and I still will do that, if you were interested in opening a full-time market. And Mr. Gant stated that he was interested in doing that. And so that's my reason for meeting with you.
Okay, Council, let me remind our speakers, as has been said, I think Mr. Perkins has said it well, that it takes a lot of courage for speakers to come here and speak to the council. And out of respect to our speakers, we're not going to debate our speakers. We want to listen to them courteously. And I would just respectfully ask all of us that we do that. And I would ask that, I believe, Mr. Perkins, you are next. Oh, no, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that. I was not debating the speaker. I was just stating my position. And I don't know, is this a new position that we're taking now, that we're going to respect all speakers?
We've been doing it all along. We've been listening all along. Thank you. Mr. Thompson, please.
Ms. Foster, how many farmers are we talking about that would need if you were approached about getting a space, and were you talked, did the conversation involve a developer or a location or anything like that?
Yes, he did. Yes, it did. The name that was brought forward was Marty Kotis, and at first it was suggested Golden Gate Shopping Center, and then we asked whether or not that was in District 2, and Mr. Key said no, it was not. And then he suggested also the Winn-Dixie on Cone and Summit area.
So this would be, I mean, that size place, that's not 2 or 3 farmers. That's, I mean, obviously, to fill that space, we're talking about a lot of farmers.
A lot of farmers.
That would be leaving, that are currently at the farmers market.
Mm-hmm.
Who would manage this market, and who would pay for?
I did speak with Marty Kotis today, and he said that he was willing to help, but he could not rent something to us for $500 a month.
And I'll just ask Denise, I mean, are you familiar with the workings of the Marty Kotis and council member and the farmer representatives of the farmers?
No, just what
looking at
I've heard. I don't know anything other than what I've heard.
I'm just curious as to, if the farmers leave, what market is it that we have over at Yanceyville?
Well, certainly we need farmers to be in the farmers market, and would be at a loss to have all of the farmers leave the farmers market at Yanceyville.
Okay. And this just came up yesterday, or
Just
this
came up
weekend?
yesterday, yes. We were asked to meet with Mr. Key. Mr. Key asked us to meet with him, and I kept bringing it back to our proposal. Exactly what he was saying was exactly what was in our proposal. I asked him if he had read our proposal, and he said no, he had not, that he didn't have time to read the proposal. And I kept bringing it back to the farmers market, because that's exactly what we would like to see happen at the farmers market.
Well, if the farmers were assured that they would have, safe haven without duress under the new contract and everything, why would there need to be discussions for a whole new place, like at a Winn-Dixie?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
I don't know. And I did make it clear that we were not interested in that, but we were interested, because that's pie in the sky. That's nothing concrete. What's going on now is concrete and being negotiated, and that's what we were interested in, and we're not interested in the way this contract is going.
Well, I'm at a loss exactly what
Okay.
If the farmers are not going to be at the market, and you've been approaching me, did you ask to meet with Mr. Key or
we
with
did not.
Mr. Cotis, or?
No, we did not.
I think there needs to be a point of clarification, though. Not all farmers would be leaving, I would assume, because Ms. Bush just spoke, and she's a farmer. So the question would be, Ms. Foster, how many people do you represent?
10?
10.
Right now, 10 of the old-time farmers, the farmers, again, that are there year-round.
Okay, Dr. Wade, and Ms. Bone, and Mr. Matheny, and then Mr. Key. I'll call you again in order.
What's next?
And did I miss you, Mr. Perkins?
I was after Mr. Thompson.
I beg your pardon?
Yes.
Yes, I beg your pardon.
I have a question for Ms. Foster before she leaves.
Oh, yes, please, yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Foster, is it not true that you asked Sue Swartz to find a place for you and the farmers that were disgruntled?
I did speak to her about the possibility of taking care of a food desert in addition to being at the market, to setting up mobile farmers markets and to be able to serve that, because that was a key issue for us in our proposal. Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wade, let's see. Mr. Perkins, I somehow didn't get you on the list. I apologize. You're next.
That's all right. A couple of comments. I did review Mrs. Foster's letter and some of her questions. One of the items involved the potential earnings for the lessee, and her income portion of that analysis is overstated by 12 times. She used a rent of $3 per square foot and computed that as a monthly number and then multiplied it by 12, which is a rent of $19,500 a month. And in fact, if the calculation was correct, it would be a rent of $1,625 a month. So that needed to be pointed out. But I think the most important thing is the item that we're supposed to be discussing is a resolution approving the lease between the City of Greensboro and Greensboro Farmers Market, Inc., and the management of Farmers Curb Market. We've already had a vote on this topic, and we decided to ask staff to prepare a lease for us, and this is simply to approve that lease. And I would say that our consideration is simply whether the lease document that staff has proposed is adequate to serve the city's purpose, and if it's not, we need to give them comments as to what we think we need to have changed.
Dr. Wade.
Mr. Manager, the process pretty much concerns me, because I think we're here discussing a contract because we had two sides at a market, which we shouldn't even be involved in the contract to begin with, that wanted to do something good for this market, but the problem was they had different philosophies. And now what I feel we've done as a council, trying to be fair, would have been a better spot for us to be in, and with an unbiased person running the market. And now we've chosen one of the, shall we say, the sides to run the market, so we do have a problem. Because now we've taken one of the sides of the two people trying to run it side, and they're really at odds with each other, and we're going to lose part of our farmers because as a council, we just didn't get an unbiased person to run it who would be more concerned with everybody instead of seeing one side's philosophy. And I think that's gotten us to the point we are right now, which is a point where we're going to have people leaving the market. Now, as far as going and meeting with the side that's unhappy and saying, we'll send you somewhere else, I don't think that's what the whole council envisioned. And I don't know if we did a straw vote or we had some small group meetings to find out that we had 6 votes to do that. I'm not really sure how that came to be. But I know I didn't do a vote before tonight, and I'm really concerned about the fairness of this. And so we've already voted on it, as Mr. Perkins has said, and we're going to move in that direction. So it doesn't look like we're really trying to be that inclusive of people that are unhappy, and the council has part of that to share that blame because we picked one side. The majority of the council did. So I think Mr. Perkins is right. You're now at a point where you're going to have a contract that's going to award one side, and you're going to lose part of the people at the market because we didn't go with an unbiased person that would have served everybody. So we are where we are because of the council vote and deciding to go on with one side. And I don't know if we are not being open or if we're just meeting with people and telling them, too bad, we've got the votes and you have to move on and we'll try to help you find another place. But I don't think that's what we really had envisioned. So I see, you're right, Mr. Perkins, we just have to vote. The majority of this council, which I was not a part of, and I'm glad I wasn't because I didn't think it was fair then, but now we've singled out one side and the others are unhappy. And Mr. Key, I guess you're right. You do have your 5 votes to do that tonight. So,
Councilwoman Wade, I will reiterate that I expressed to Ms. Foster that I don't think that she's going to win based on the previous vote.
Let's see, is it Ms. Vaughn?
You know, we choose sides all the time. This isn't something that's new. That's what we're elected to do, is to pick what we think is the best proposal. I go to the farmers market on a fairly regular basis and have been there many times since we took that original vote. And I can tell you that overwhelmingly the majority of the farmers and the crafters and the bakers that I speak with are very happy about the direction this is going. Yes, there is a minority of people who are unhappy. And my hope is that they would find a way to put this aside and work together. You know, just to say I'm going to take my ball and go home doesn't solve anything. I certainly think that both groups are mature enough to sit down and come to some sort of a resolution. The resolution that, you know, Mrs. Foster gave on this note was to give it to the Coliseum. And we chose not to do it to give it to the Coliseum. I mean, we're not here to reinvent the whole wheel. We made a decision a few months ago, and I think it's time for us to move forward.
Mr. Matheny, you've been rather silent tonight.
Is that a shot?
Not at all.
I'm kidding.
You were late, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rashad, Denise, I'm going to ask you first. Is this contract in the best interest of the city of Greensboro for the citizens of Greensboro?
Yeah, Mr. Matheny, I believe it is. I believe we've negotiated an agreement that establishes a baseline for something we haven't done before in terms of privatizing this operation. It certainly fits within the policy direction that was agreed to, and so I think what we've structured here and what this agreement does achieves your policy intent and does it in the best interest of the citizens of Greensboro.
So why is it in the best citizens of why is it in the best interest?
We have talked to you about the management of the market and the construct of, is this something that we ought to be spending staff time on? This market never was a revenue producer for the city of Greensboro. The net revenue is around $13,000 or $15,000 a year in an $18 million recreation system. Our core business isn't in managing markets, it's providing recreational activities in parks and trails and buildings for young people and folks of all ages across the city. And so putting this in a process where the folks that work in the market who have spent a lot of time in the market have a vested interest in its success and continued growth, letting them have the opportunity to manage it, and those are the experts in doing it, makes, I think, good business sense on our part. We structured it in a manner to help them be successful. It wasn't going to be something that was going to pay the bills or add significantly to the revenue base, and so we tried to have a lease agreement that reflected that. And so getting the market in the hands of folks that have passion for it, that understand it, that know its business, that can help take it to the next level, I think makes sense for the citizens of Greensboro.
So in that negotiation, because some of the consternation that we've got, or some of us have, is how did you get to $500 a month? How did that number, what's it derived from? Was it just picked out of air? Because when we look at it, we heard numbers that it was actually a net positive for us from the city upwards maybe $60,000 to maybe $75,000 in net revenue to the city. So walk me through and walk us through, and quite frankly, the citizens of Greensboro through, how did it go from us making $60,000 to now we're only charging $500 a month on a 25,000 square foot building?
Sure. I'll let Ms. Turner talk about how we get to the 500 as well as the 10% of net revenues, but we never had a net revenue number of 60,000. That was commented in a work session, I think it may be 30 or 60,000 from one of the citizens, and we talked about and had the actual expense statements, Mr. Jackson did, sitting next to me in that work session. The net revenue was around $13,000 or $15,000. 75,000 roughly in revenue from table rents, and about $62,000 or $63,000 in expenses for the market. So we have not produced a $60,000 revenue, net revenue for the market. But I'll ask Ms. Turner to address how we got to the numbers that are contained in this lease.
I will add to that when you consider the marketing taking over the market, a number of expenses, including the highest expense being total personnel, but the other expenses that were associated with us managing the market goes away from us and goes to Market Inc., leaving the city with primarily the costs related to the maintenance of the building and insurance costs, and there's a stormwater fee. So there's some basic upkeep and maintenance related to the building that is remaining for us. As I stated earlier, excluding the utilities costs at the $15,000 that we paid last year, we get to about a $6,000 annual, $4,500 annual roughly of operating the building. And so what they were looking to do was to recoup the general expenses that were expected, that we could fairly account to their usage of the building, and allow for them to continue to start their effort to see how this would go. There could be assumptions about additional revenues to be made if the building was used differently. The difference is we don't have the legacy of the use of the building for anything other than 2 days a week. That could increase over time, but even that, we're not going to see a large jump in a year or two from where they are currently to next year.
Keep it in that same light, how was the profit sharing percentage? How did we come to that percentage?
Typically for contracts that Parks and Recreation have, it ranges between 10 to 30% for the profit sharing that they have on contracts. So they went with 10% and $500. Again, it wasn't with the concept of making a full profit. It was recovering some of the expenses related to to the building itself that the city would still have to absorb, and allowing for the work to go forward.
Are there any in the contract? Are there any provisions that the Market Inc., I guess is what we're calling that group now, is that Market Inc., are they required to, or is it initiated that they would help offset some of the cost of the maintenance of the building, i.e. beautification, paint, cleaning, or is that just on city dollars?
And would you add PR to that?
Excuse me?
Would you add PR to that?
I would assume, since we don't run the market, we don't run any.
Well, the PR is definitely included in their proposal. I have the pro forma from the original proposal that was made by Market Inc., and they would certainly absorb the advertising. Some small maintenance and repair is built into that as well. So,
i.e.
yes.
we don't have to sweep the floor afterwards.
That's right. They have
Now,
to take over the cleaning.
Does the city, as far as spending money, expenses, do we spend any money advertising this going forward once this contract is signed?
There is places in which we utilize the city's platforms to help promote the market itself. So our website being one that I know for sure. We don't do the same thing in terms of placing ads as we've done currently.
And how much money were we spending on placing ads in PR?
In terms of our advertising costs budgeted for this year was $10,790.
Okay. you know, on looking at this, I'm looking at it from, we made an understanding that we were going to move forward with finalizing a contract for this group. Rashad, you came to us at least a year and a half, 2 years ago in a work session that said the city doesn't need to be in this business. But when we go through with this, we've got to make sure that we're not also giving away a business. And that's the concern that you've got when looking at it. I mean, you've got a 25,000 square foot building that, you know, the utilities are definitely suspect at best. That if you do the math, $500 a month is a pretty good rate. Well below average, I would say, for something like this. But you don't have the basis. But then again, I've got faith in you telling me, and I can tell you from doing this for 2 years, I don't want to be in the farmer's market business. And I don't think this was a situation that really is a no-win from a council perspective since we began discussing it. And I think Ms. Vaughn is absolutely correct in the sense of when you set up a council, it's a decision that you have different sides. When we have a rezoning case, you have neighborhood sides versus what a developer might do in your backyard. You have landfill sides. You have sides basically on every decision we make. And in this case, Rashad and Denise and staff, this contract comes down to you telling us that this is in the best interest for the city of Greensboro and the citizens of Greensboro. I do agree with Mr. Key that it needs to be under an absolute review, typically like you were hiring an employee, that you might have a 3-month review. 3 months may be a little bit too soon to review this process. I think a 6-month might be a little bit more appropriate because also you go through the winter and you get part of the spring months. And so I would agree with Mr. Key that I would recommend or second his idea to put in a 6-month review so we can analyze, because I'd be curious to see what that 10% profit would be. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman-Small.
A couple of things. First of all, I find it very interesting that folks can talk about having votes and having meetings or phone calls or whatever to get basis of support when that's been the MO of some council members throughout the last 2 years. So, you know, I think it's an unfair thing to put one council person on the spot as if he is doing something that hasn't been a general practice of the very person who's talking. Secondly, if I remember correctly, I think didn't we privatize the dance program?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And if I remember, I was on the council then, and there were people crying, oh, don't do that to us because our little children won't be able to dance. I think they've been dancing ever since. So we have programs that are under our umbrella that we're not making money from, but we have made a commitment as part of the city of Greensboro to try to be as many things to as many different people and meet as many different needs as possible. I think that if in the spirit of letting the folks who really want to do this do it, then we need to let them do it. They've spent an inordinate amount of time trying to pull this thing together. And again, having been a vendor, it's about money, and if those farmers want to make money at this particular location, they will not leave. Because I've been in vending situations that weren't the greatest, but it was about making whatever money I was going to make. So you make a good situation work for you, and you do it in the confines of what whoever you're renting that space from for that day requires of you. Okay? So those farmers or anybody else, if they are given a fair opportunity to apply, pay their money to rent a space and operate their space, because I don't think that anybody of this group is going to necessarily go in and try to dictate whether your tomatoes are round enough or sweet enough or whatever. That's on the vendor, because if he doesn't produce a good product, he won't sell anything, or she, and then they won't come back. And whenever you have prime vending space, you never have a problem with getting vendors. And I'll use this example. When we, right across the street, decided to take on the task of the pavilion for A&T's homecoming, we had people who were mad, people who said we destroyed A&T's homecoming, even though they finally won a game, and that was a lot of it. But the point is that we started out where we didn't have as many vendors the first 2 years. This year, they had vendors who were standing there hoping that somebody would not show so that they could get a vendor space. So where we went from when we first did this, and we understand as human beings, none of us like change. We're afraid of it. We think it's going to harm us. And then sometimes, once you go on that diet and you look better than you did before, you go, dog, I'm glad I'm on that diet now. But at first, you don't want to give up your fried chicken. So all I'm saying is that I think we've beat this horse till he's past dead, and I'm going to move the resolution.
Okay. There was a motion and a second. Ms. Rakestraw.
Thank you. The 10% of the net has already been addressed. I don't agree with it. I think it should have been 10% of the gross. I don't think that's good business, 10% of the net, nor do I think $500 is good business for the city. These are my humble opinion. And I don't understand why, with a building the size that building is, that we don't have at least another meter on that building, so that we could maybe get our utilities, especially since we're going to have to pay them, under control. And also, since Duke Power, who generally gets their way, will be having an increase, I think we'll feel that too. And I agree that we should look at this thing fairly. And so on page 4, there were duties and responsibilities of the lessor, and that would be us. And that says things, I'm just going to pick out. There are 15 things, there are 15 items that we're responsible for, so I'm not going to read those to you. But I am concerned, okay, the lessor shall provide restroom cleaning on weekdays and provide paper products at all times. We're going to provide trash receptacles, dumpster service. And let's see, we shall secure the Greensboro Farmers Curb Market on non-market days. Now, I don't know what we have done in the past, but that's an interesting issue. Lessor shall provide 1/2 page listing in the department's semi-annual leisure magazine and other normal city communication outlets. There are other things, but that the meter, the 10%, are things that we could look at, because I just don't think it is good business with that 10% of the net or the $500. I was interested in how the decision for what was local came into being, and somebody can explain that to me later, because we picked as local Virginia, South Carolina, of course, North Carolina. And I would like to know what are the number of farmers in the waiting line. I think, Mr. Kraft, that you said that they had a waiting line, or maybe Ms. Bush said they had a waiting line. How many farmers are in that waiting line to come on board with you all? No, somebody has to go to the microphone.
Well, we don't keep a list, but I know there are some farmers who sell weekly, who pay, and each week as they come, who would like permanent tables, but we don't keep the list at this point. But there's several things that keep bubbling up that maybe we can address.
Well, let me finish mine first, okay? And then, Ms. Bush, you said that you'd been doing this for 25 years, so I am working under the assumption that you are a farmer.
Yes.
And you're a farmer in Guilford County.
I'm a farmer in Reidsville, Rockingham County.
Okay. Quite candidly, I am concerned about the contract, because I don't think it's good business for the city. It's good business for the folks who are going to be running the market, but not for us. And I think Jim had a great idea, and Mr. Matheny has already seconded that we do have a 6-month evaluation. I think that's a fair thing to do. And we're going to have some system of complaint control, because we know that will happen as well. So, whatever your suggestion box, rather than a complaint box, might be necessary. But I am concerned that I don't know what this market is going to turn into. I don't know. Y'all probably don't know. You probably think you know. We probably think we know, but we just don't know. But I am concerned about the contract. I really am. I don't think it's good business on our part. I think it's good business on your part, but not our part. And Ms. Bush, I hope that you are attracting a lot of farmers from Guilford as well as Rockingham County. But I think we're going to have to watch this very carefully. I think that problems in the past have been with no accountability of funds, there was no ledger that was kept as far as who had the tables and how much they were paying, and we got into a big mess. We got into such a big mess that Denise and I and some people with the other who had been on the farmers market, we got into a real debate about, what was it, $6,000 that we couldn't collect? Only $3,000, I'm sorry. Only $3,000 that we couldn't collect. Now, we should be clear-cut in how we collect our money, and we should have a ledger of who is renting these tables, and I guess, do you have plans to have an audit and all?
We will have a CPA prepare our financial statements each year.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to leave it at this. Everything has been said, and I just, I'm really concerned about this contract, but we'll just see how it goes. But you said it's up to the mayor, I guess, if you wanted to respond to some questions or all questions. Or
Just a couple of short points. We keep talking about the rent. I think the way you should look at this is not in the typical rental of a building, but we are running a city program. And so the rent is really not the most important factor. It's a way for the city to recoup some of its expenses, but we're taking on managing a program, having an accountant, buying insurance, hiring an market manager, a director, assistants. So, we have to do a lot of stuff to make this happen. And I tell you, we're going to send out the contracts or the applications for renewal. We want to get all of them back. And when folks show up in the spring, they're going to get a handshake and a smile. And we hope that all of our vendors and farmers return. I know there's some that haven't been happy, and I know that there are some that were originally part of the group that was not real happy that have come up to me and Charlie and Gene and some others and talked and asked some questions. And we end it with, do you feel like we're going to do a good job? And they go, yeah, I think if y'all were fair and reasonable, we're going to be happy with y'all running the market. And that's what we're feeling in the market. It's really the tenor and tone has really improved in the last 3 or 4 months, and we hope that continues. The definition of local is the current definition. That hasn't changed. That's a pretty broad definition. It's something that we may look at down the road, but that's the current definition.
And you may expand it?
No, I don't think.
Would you consider expanding it?
Beyond North and South Carolina and Georgia and Tennessee? Probably not.
Ohio, or, because we've had vendors to come in from Ohio, and, but I want to go back to something that you said. Mr. Kraft and I are friends. We're lodge brother and sister, so I can go back and forth with him. We're in the same Kiwanis. Please tell me how we're going to recoup something from this $500 when we've got to pay the utilities, maintain the buildings.
Well, it
clean
helps
the
you recoup
bathrooms?
some of those costs.
Could you estimate how much we might possibly recoup? Can you give me an estimate what you might think?
What our, well, the rent and then the 10% of the profit, and, you know, it's going to be a tough first year. We're going to have a lot of startup expenses, and
No, I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the city side. How are we going to recoup any money from this rent and the utilities?
well, we would like to work with you on better managing the utilities to try to lower the gas bill. But that, you know, that's something that we can work with you guys, but we're not in the utility business. But if we can work with you to do different thermostats or heating schedules to try to cut the heating bill, we'd love to work with you. I don't want to
Would you
see,
investigate another meter?
we can certainly talk about that.
Okay.
Again, this is your building, and we're running a program in your building, and it's really, you guys are not relieving yourselves of the costs of a building that we share with about 20 other city employees.
Mr. Thompson, I believe you're next.
Thank you. And David, I just wanted to say I have absolutely no doubt at all in your business acumen or the professionalism from which that your group has brought this whole process forward in the RFP, the proposal. And I just want you to know that, as I stated before, all along, my concern was for the farmers and the sanctity of the brand of the Greensboro Farmers Market, which has stood for generations. And all the way up until, as I told you last week, I was, in favor of moving this forward. In fact, I was even on the phone yesterday with Jim Key, and he asked me, and he told me he was meeting with some farmers. I didn't know what the discussion was about, but I told him then, on yesterday, that wanted to move this forward. But I have a strong concern of the information that I heard this morning from Ms. Foster. If there were so many farmers that are out there that would be willing to go to fill up a portion of a Winn-Dixie or some kind of commercial development, and it's all bubbling out of unsolicited from them, but coming from, and I don't put Mr. Key on the spot, but if anyone felt that there was a need to go to farmers to say, well, if you're disgruntled or you don't think it's going to work out, maybe we can move you over here or something for something different, or maybe that's just food, just fresh food or something like that. It just, my whole thing is, I see that as maybe the beginning to a prolonged ending of what we had in the market. And so I just, I'll reserve and hopefully this thing will move forward in the way that we all envision it, that will, again, number one, support the farmers, because without them, I don't see why the Jace Rawls and those folks would want to keep going to it, or how it would be any different from, say, the Sandy Ridge market or something that's just really big and has a lot of different things. So, but anyway, it's just not a reflection on your ability to manage it, or the motivation and the inspiration that your board has to move this forward. But I'm not going to be able to support it just based on, from what I've heard from some of from Ms. Foster and some of the farmers just today. So I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
I've got several of you want to speak. I want to say something too, if I may. And Mr. Key, let me put you down. How many members of your board are there?
We have 10 now. We will probably grow it up to 15 over time.
Okay. How many farmers are on the board? I mean,
4.
4 farmers? Are these multi-generational farmers as far as participation?
Yeah, yes. I mean, they're big and small. And
Would
been in the market a long time.
would they ever constitute as much as 50% of your voting board membership?
Well, we don't want them to get over 50% as a nonprofit. If you have folks on the board who have a financial interest in how the organization is being run, you need to keep your board representation a majority of those without a financial interest. That was on the advice of the attorney that helped us draft our corporation documents.
Back to the lease agreement, Mr. Manager, the 10% of net proceeds, I think you said that there never have really been any net proceeds, so that's...
No, the net proceeds have been relatively small in the $13,000 to $15,000, $16,000 range.
Now, how do we define net proceeds?
Revenue primarily from table rent minus our expenses for the building, some of those expenses that they would now be responsible for, in addition to the other maintenance responsibilities we would have in the building. So, stormwater fee, which we still pay, postage, office supplies, advertising, janitorial supplies, miscellaneous supplies, those kinds of things.
Okay. All the discussion we had back in the summer and now, there's no question about the farmer's market. Nobody's arguing against the market. It's been here for 100 years or however long, and it's going to be here hopefully another 100. And I think the discussion's been all along about how the market will go along. And, my concern is about the farmers. I mean, who the farmers are, those who are multi-generational, and and I do have some concerns about that. And I've talked to Mr. Key. I know he's been very, very diligent in this, and I respect that. But I do have some concerns on that, and I appreciate what y'all have done too. Let's see, we've got Mr. Thompson, Mr. Bone, I believe. Have you? Let's see, this Ms. Bone, and then Mr. Perkins, and then maybe Mr. Key, and then back to you. If you'd like to do that.
Question, didn't we lay off the market manager? Wasn't there a position that was eliminated?
Not eliminated. The market manager did leave the city, and we've had the roster positions managing the market since we knew that there would be a transfer.
So there will be a savings where we will not be paying a market manager, where in years past we had.
That's correct. We'll save on all the personnel. The budgeted personnel for this year was $35,000.
So we will see a $35,000 savings by privatizing this when it comes to personnel cost.
When it comes to personnel costs.
Okay. The other thing I think is important to note is that, the farmers market, I think people have the impression that, it's just regular people like you and I going in and doing our shopping, but there's also an awful lot of wholesale business that's done there, where restaurants come in and they place large orders. There's an awful lot of business that's done on a commercial basis, and I don't think that you're going to see farmers turn that business away. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. I've heard of some farmers that make the majority of their money from the commercial side, and that they are certainly committed to staying.
Mr. Perkins, I believe you, and then Mr. Keith.
I think we need to take a look at where we were and where we're potentially going. If you want to talk about losing farmers out of this market, we were in the process of doing that. It seems like there were farmers threatening to leave this market every month or so based on their continuing squabbles with city staff over how this facility was being run. Number two, if the net proceeds were $13,000, $15,000 a year, and the city had full responsibility of the building, you're really not looking at a whole lot of difference in net revenue between what we were getting and what this group is proposing to do. Mrs. Vaughn made the point about the $35,000 savings from personnel, so the net savings from where we were to where we are proposing to go with this nonprofit should be at least the one position. Then if you look at who we're trying to serve, we're frankly not trying to serve the farmers. I mean, this is something that is for the citizens of the city of Greensboro, and the farmers happen to be the folks that are in there selling their goods, which is benefiting the farmers. And the reason that so many folks want to go there is because it's good value, and it's something that is a really good place to have a conversation and have some fun on a Wednesday or a Saturday morning. So having gone there the last few weeks and kind of looked at, just kind of trying to gain a sense of the mood of the market, my sense is that everybody's pretty happy, and that I would find it very difficult to believe that all those happy people are going to get up and move out based on Mr. Kraft running this, or the nonprofit running this, versus the city of Greensboro making everybody mad. And we've been trying to figure out a way to get out of this business for the last 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and the alternative that's on the table is a good alternative. It's got the recommendation of our city manager. People seem to be happy. It's time to move this thing along. The other thing that need to talk about the utilities, this is only open 2 days a week. So the burden of the utilities being paid for a 7-day week shouldn't be thrown on their backs the full way. This is really in my mind, a decision that has been made. We're here to approve or disapprove a lease, and we need to do our jobs.
Ms. Key, then Dr. Wade.
Yes. Councilman Thompson, I appreciate you not wanting to put me on the spot, and I'll try and return the favor. But I find it interesting that you now are not supporting this when you initially supported it, and the complaints are the same. The complaints haven't changed. I was simply trying to meet with the farmers to solve a problem, and that was prompted by a conversation that I had with Councilwoman Rakestraws. We were talking, and she was informing that the farmers are still disgruntled, some of the farmers, and so I asked her for Ms. Foster's number and Mr. Gann. So I called them to try and solve this problem. And my intent was to certainly support the farmers market, which is in District 2, and to increase business in District 2. There are lots of vacancies in shopping centers, and I'm simply trying to increase business and fill those vacancies, something that all of us council people should be trying to do. And so I just wanted to share with you again my reasoning and rationale for meeting with the farmers.
Dr. Wade, I believe you had a comment.
Mr. Kraft, I wish you well, because the council's already chosen. So personally, I think it's a pretty dead issue at this point, even though we're trying to make it fair now. It's a little late because the council did choose. And I do want to say, Mr. Manager, when you said you thought this was in the best interest of the city of Greensboro, you were talking about the contract, because that's what you were responsible for. You weren't responsible for choosing the group that runs the market. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're not taking one side over another or one group over another. You're just following with a contract after the council selected the group.
That's correct.
Well, I wanted to make that distinction. The only one thing that you did say that worried me a little bit was when you said the farmers would never have 50% of the voting rights on your board. That does, because they'll never really have any control over what happens. And basically, there wouldn't be a farmer's market without farmers. And I realize what you said about the attorney came through pretty well on that with, they're making a profit, so you shouldn't let them have 50%. But I want to go back to the net proceeds now. There's really is not going to be any net profit, would you think, because you've got to put the money, invest it back. Because I can't see how there'd be any net profit any time for us to get 10%, because I'm assuming you're going to make the market better, and you alluded to that a few minutes ago.
Well, we have to work with the city on improvements and things. So if they feel like that we're trying to do things in the building that aren't necessary, they would have a discussion with us. It's still the city's building. We're running a program in the city's building.
So really the chance of having any profit is probably, at least for a while, you're going to be reinvesting, I would assume, like most businesses reinvest in their business.
We hope we can bring some nice improvements to the facility that ultimately would stay with the facility.
Okay, I just want to make that distinction. I didn't want anybody out there to get the idea there was going to be any real profit, because you're going to reinvest it like any business would do with their business, and there's usually very little profit at the end of the year. Or if there is, you're trying for there not to be. See, not in your case, but most businesses don't want to pay taxes on that. So with that said, I think we've beat this.
Call for the question.
Okay, I'll recognize that the question has been called. Seeing nothing else, council, let's please vote. and it passes by a vote of 5-4. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Manager, do you have any addendum items for tonight?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have set aside 30 minutes for public comments for speakers from the floor on non-agenda items, and we do have several speakers. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council. If you'll come to the podium as I call your name, give your name and address, you have 3 minutes. In order, Nancy Cavanaugh, Jean Brown, and Joanne Wittenborn are the first 3, and then we have a few more. Thank you.
Thank you for getting to this part. Very appreciative. Stop the clock. I haven't started yet, please. Okay. Good evening. My name is Nancy Cavanaugh. I reside at 4505 Summit Avenue, Greensboro. I come before you to speak to the citizens of Greensboro on the issue of the potential of the reopening of the White Street landfill to solid waste once more. I have no doubt that if the faction on council that supported the reopening of the landfill over the past 22 months is reelected on November 8th, then surely the city will have a fully operational landfill within our city limits over due time. Our sitting mayor, and I quote from the News and Record, Sunday, October 30th, somebody threw out something called environmental racism. Mayor Knight said in a recent interview, referring to the idea that facilities like landfills are more likely to be located in minority neighborhoods. I have no clue what that is, unquote. Mayor Knight, environmental racism is a key component in the battle to reopen the Land Street White landfill. You and your faction have treated our community with disrespect, lack of civility, and have constantly demonstrated that you have no concern for any resident who does not fully agree with your style of governing. When you were asked why you have not attended more question and answer sessions in District 1 and 2, you replied, "My door is open. You come to me." Mr. Danny Thompson, when the News and Record detailed your neglect to honestly report your donation campaign sources and amounts, to my knowledge, you did not apologize for your actions or withdraw from the campaign. These are examples of the lawless behaviors of the faction on council, which are divisive and have resulted in the resignation of several key city staff members during the past 2 years, and untold injustices aimed at vast numbers of members of our city. I urge all citizens to examine closely the damage that this faction has done to our city and to turn out in record-setting numbers in our upcoming election to remove this faction members of the council, including our sitting mayor, and to replace them with members who are ready to lead in a civil, honorable, fair, and open manner that will build community for all. In closing, council, this is the last time we'll be doing this. This is very hard to do, and this is not a pleasure. I feel that you as a faction have been incredibly divisive, and I would like to see our community reunited. And I look to you and the incoming group of new members to do that. Any questions? Thank you.
Jean Brown, Joanne Wittenborn, and then Lawrence Chandler.
My name is Jean Brown. I live at 3804 Osborne Road. The reason I'm here to speak tonight, I used to didn't do this. I used to let other people speak for me, and I would just be at home and complain about what was being done. But that's not going to happen anymore. Y'all are going to see a lot of me. So I just want you to know, I want to speak up for people that I speak to every day. I've been out the last 2 weeks urging people to get out and vote. But invariably, the subject that comes up is, why did City Council vote to give our interim manager $40,000, almost $40,000 raise? I don't have an answer for him. I've never met Ms. Roth. I don't know her, never met her. I did see her pointed out, but I'm sure she's doing a fine job. But the fact of the matter is, what would warrant you to give her a $40,000 raise when there are people right here in Greensboro that would love to have a $40,000 job? I don't understand that. I worked for a company. I went to school for 2 years and worked for a company. I knew what the salary was when I went there. And at the end of a year, they would review what I had done, and if I had done a good job, I got a raise. Why did, before she even took the job, did she get a raise? Now, perhaps somebody can point this out, but I don't think there's anything that you can say that would justify her getting a $40,000 raise. And believe me, I'm not against you. I have nothing against you. I don't know of anything you've done. But when I knocked on doors, when I've been out here the last 2 weeks, and people ask me, why did the City Council give her a raise? I said, I don't know, because my thing has been all along, no more taxes, no more wasteful spending, keep things low. I know, sitting here tonight, I was real proud of some of you to say no to some of these things that were brought up, because people in Greensboro are saying that. Our economy is hurting, is crying, and you need to start saying, no, we're not going to do this anymore. If the money is there for something, then spend it. If not, don't do it anymore. And I just would like to ask you if it's possible. Don't know if it is, but I would like to rescind that raise until Ms. Roth proves herself that she is capable and worth that. I just really can't understand anybody that would get a $40,000 raise. When we got a raise, it was usually a percentage. And as far as I know, she has been here, she has been doing things, but yet I don't think she's proven herself yet for this amount of money. So if any of you would like to supplement her income and take this away from what we're paying the taxpayers, maybe you could each one divide out. If you voted for the raise, maybe you could take it out of your pockets. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joanne Wittenborn, and I live at 3809 Waldenbrook Road. I have something to say about the Salvation Army, but before I do that, just off the cuff, I've sat here many meetings and listened to the council be called racist and all kinds of names. And and in the newspaper, this council's been called divisive. And if I've seen people called that are divisive, it's been a lot of the speakers. And I just want to say thank you for your patience and respect towards the speakers. Thank you. Okay, I'm here to let the citizens of Greensboro know about a wonderful volunteer opportunity in our community. I work with the Salvation Army during the holiday season, and I would like to let others know about their great need for helpers over the next 2 months. I brought a short video to present to you this evening.
The Greensboro Salvation Army needs your help at their toy warehouse this holiday season. Please consider coming to volunteer with sorting, organizing, and bagging toys to distribute to our community's most needy children. Our very own Mayor Bill Knight decided to pay us a visit. He had this to say about the importance of the Salvation Army.
The Salvation Army in Greensboro means everything. It has been here for many, many, many years and has done wonderful things. I've witnessed that over lots of years. My wife and I have been able, as many have, to work the collection kettles, and we've seen the outpouring of goodwill and just seeing what is here today and what's going on. There's no question. It would be scary to think of being without a Salvation Army.
Please consider volunteering at our toy warehouse. Bring your friends, family, church group, or co-workers with you. What better way to celebrate Christmas than to play the part of Santa's helper?
Okay, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank Mayor Bill Knight and his lovely wife for being generous pillars of goodwill in our community. All those who would like to join us as we continue to do the most good in Greensboro by ringing a bell or working in the warehouse, please contact the local Salvation Army offices at 273-5572. That's 273-5572. And I think we begin the red kettle on the ringing of the bell in about 2 weeks. So I appreciate it if you think about it. Thank you.
Lawrence Chandler and then Charles Cherry.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Chandler. I reside at 1106 Highland Avenue, Greensboro here. I am a United States Navy veteran. I want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for allowing me to be able to speak this evening. I'm here on business awareness and reputation management. I am the owner of G41 Greensboro Events Forum, located at 510 Farragut Street. Under the impression that that location does have a history of situations, and my goal and my desire was to turn that situation around. Unfortunately, October the 2nd, my life was changed when one of my employees was shot due to...
Excuse me just a second, we're having a little volume problem here. We want to hear you, but I want to be sure we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Please, yeah, go ahead. You got plenty of time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Lawrence Chandler, and I am the owner of Greensboro Events Forum. And I hope by naming the Greensboro Events Forum, I didn't offend anybody. I was just trying to make it a better place for us, the reputation of it. My goal has been to enforce and make it a safe and secure place for the community. I want to thank all the parents and students for coming out and showing love and support. At one time, I was going to give up, but I had opportunity to share some meetings with the Redmond Monroe Business Association, and there I want to say a testimony, heard the testimony of Mr. Danny Thompson about his success story. And that's the reason why I was trying to have the opportunity to stay there at 510 Farragut Street. But unfortunately, due to the shooting, I'm being accused of certain things as far as my business. So basically, I was just basically coming here today. I've already asked God for grace and mercy. I was just basically coming here to ask the city of Greensboro, the city attorneys, the mayor, and the councilman, or city council too, for their grace and mercy to give me the opportunity to continue to strive to make that place a safe and nonviolent atmosphere.
My name is Charles Cherry, and I live at 2104 Liberty Valley Road in Greensboro. Everything I've stated and will state in the future can be verified by recording and document if you go to YouTube or Scribe and put SGT, DJ Davis, or DK Krotz, or Ken Miller, or Dwight Krotz, or Rashad Young, or Greensboro Corruption in the search bar. GPD Assistant Chief Anita Holder is a criminal. The district attorney has been made aware. GPD Assistant Chief Dwight Krotz is on YouTube setting up an investigation and committing a crime while doing so. I will provide the recording at a future council meeting. Chief Ken Miller has allowed officers to investigate complaints against themselves. It is proven at the October 4th, 2011 City Council meeting, speakers from the floor. Chief Ken Miller orchestrated a police operation to arrest me at a community meeting. I was alerted of the plot through officers. No investigation of the allegation occurred. Sergeant Alan McHenry of GPD Professional Standards lied on a citizen in an official investigation. I have a letter from the GPD union attorney, Bill Hill, that proves it. Officer G.F. Pinson was found to be using racist epithets in the workplace, referring to a Hispanic as a wetback. Chief Ken Miller did not terminate Officer Pinson. Chief Ken Miller did not demote Officer Pinson. Chief Ken Miller did not revoke Officer Pinson's privilege to train rookie officers. Chief Ken Miller did not even discipline Officer Pinson. Chief Miller does not inform GPD officers that the use of racist epithets at work will not be tolerated. Instead, Chief Miller sends an email to GPD officers pledging that he and the GPD command staff fully support Officer Pinson. Chief Ken Miller goes on to explain that the city cannot silence individuals for making complaints against the GPD. Chief Miller goes on to explain that he would reach out to the police union. The police union attorney, Bill Hill, wrote me a letter supporting Officer Pinson. There are other complaints of the use of racist epithets by GPD officers. However, before reporting them, I want to fully understand the GPD and the city's stance on racist slurs in the workplace. For that reason, I would like for Chief Ken Miller to come to the podium and explain why the city would want to silence any citizen and what right they would have to do so. I would also like to know why Chief Ken Miller sent an email of support for an officer found to be using racist epithets apparently on more than one occasion. Chief Miller, would you please come to the podium? Okay. Apparently, Chief Miller, Ms. Vaughn, took his ball and went home. Right now, as Mr. Matheny said, what I'd like to do is find out how the council feels about racist epithets being used in the workplace by city employees. City Council. Ms. Rakestraw, how do you feel about that? Mr. Thompson, how do you feel about that?
Thank you. Your time is up, sir.
Mayor Knight, how do you feel about it?
Your time is up.
Yes, sir.
Michael Roberto.
I think she has a
you're
question.
next. Yes.
I just want it to be known that this council is not insensitive to racial slurs being used even by speakers from the floor. Because we believe in freedom of speech, we have allowed racial slurs to be used. But I do want particularly the Latino community to know that we do not approve of the use of racial slurs as a part of our meeting format, and that I think that needed to be said because I've gotten some complaints about folks wanting to know why we hadn't said anything. We can't stop Speak from the Floor from reporting what they're reporting, but I think our silence of not at least stating our position about any kind of statement that's derogatory towards any particular ethnic group is not something that we as city council members approve of. But this is an open forum, it is a public meeting, and we need to make sure that that is said.
That's why I reported that the police said.
I was not talking to.
But I'm talking to you.
No. Your time is off, sir.
All right. Okay. That's why I was reporting that a police.
Okay. What I am saying is that his reporting it is one thing, but we need to say that that is not something that we would necessarily approve of. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for that clarification. Your time is up, sir.
Diane, I think you make a great point. Mr. Dickens, I think it should be going back to our legal department. There's a fine line between freedom of speech and constant abuse in regards to derogatory statements about any class of race for a citizen. And so I think we're teetering on something like that we're upsetting. And I think that if other verbiage from that targeted other races, no matter across the board, at what point does the city of Greensboro say, hold on a second, that's inappropriate, we've heard it 20 times, and it's really starting to upset our citizens. And I think that's a good point, and I think that's something I'd like the city to look into. Thank you.
Well, Mr. McKinney, just to kind of respond, I did ask both legal and human relations about it, and the opinion I got was that because it's being reported, it's not the same as if, the person is saying, that particular one. But I still wanted, because it was repeatedly used, that it be, that our citizens and anybody who's watching understands that that's not what we feel is necessarily appropriate. So to sit back and at least not say, that's not something that I would like to have said. I think if it was said one more time, we understand what that is. It doesn't need to be said anymore because it is it is, like I said, I had someone from the Latino community come to me and said, okay, do y'all care that that's being said, over and over again? And so that's why I wanted to.
Well, and I think that's a great point, and I think it's abuse of what we've got here in this forum, and I think council's been made aware of an accusation. This board is fully aware of an accusation. So at what point do we say, okay, we've heard that, and that accusation needs to stop? Because if it was another word or about another race, then constantly beat, then I think that's extremely inappropriate.
Yeah, well, again, I'm not trying to address his right to be
I'm
able to
talking
come and
about
speak
across the
before.
board. That's what I'm
I know,
saying.
but I'm
Right.
just saying, I mean, there are two different things here. His right to come before us, I'm not questioning that, but I just think we need to at least say, as, that we don't approve of racial slurs being used.
I absolutely agree, and I don't mind, if anybody wants to come in front of us, but beating this derogatory language in front of us about a certain class of citizen or certain race of citizen is inappropriate, and I think we've heard that concern. We're going to, so we need to just move on, and I don't think we should allow that continuation to continue. I don't think we should continue.
Thank you for those remarks. Michael Roberto and then Joseph Smith.
I'm Dr. Michael Joseph Roberto. I live at 317 South Chapman Street. I'm in District 4. I'm also an associate professor of history at A&T, and I just want to say right off the bat, Mr. Matheny, you need a lesson in race relations in this city. In fact, you need a comprehensive introduction to the history of race in America, and I'll be glad to introduce you to people at any time to do that. Now, the reason why I stayed here tonight is because I want to address the major core issues in the city that have not been discussed here for a long time, and that is the economic crisis in the city. This, people, is a depression. This is not a recession. This is a depression. A few days ago, the New York Times ran a front-page story. They actually mentioned Greensboro on the front page. We are one of the leading metropolitan areas in the country in the category of suburban poverty. Now, this depression doesn't look like the 1930s. That's the paradox, the appearance and the essence. But we don't have to have Hoovervilles to have a depression, because depression in these times means the extent to which people are deprived in relation to the potential that is offered them. Now, I don't have time to go into a lot of the details here, but I will say this, okay? We have heard a lot from this council about business, about bringing jobs to Greensboro, about how it's important to lure corporations here. Corporations are not going to save us. Business does not create jobs. Government creates jobs. Remember the New Deal in the 1930s. Don't forget that. And also remember that this is a situation in which the U.S. right now cannot do the things that it did in the 1930s. These communities, Greensboro, like other communities, are left to our own devices. We need to start talking about economic development within the city. And so here's my proposal for the next council, because some of you are not listening. We need to raise property taxes. The wealthiest people in this community have to pay their fair share. And then we need to take the money that we raise in these revenues, and we need to create an infrastructure bank in this city so that people who are unemployed or underemployed can come to the city and ask for money so they can start business, so we can start to train our people. That's how we're going to deal with this depression. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Smith?
Good evening, Council.
Mayor, I'm a new resident of your city. I am from the Garden State, and I'm sitting here tonight listening about the farmers market. If they lived in New Jersey, they would have a fit because there's markets all over the place.
Give
And there's
your
enough
name-
apples and oranges
Give your name
to
and
go
address
around
for the
everybody.
record, if you will.
My name is Joseph Smith. I live at 4670 Chapel Ridge Drive. And I'm here on one big issue. My neighborhood where I live at is that we're having a lot of issues as far as people coming in our neighborhoods there. And my house has been broken into. I've been here almost 3 years now. Trespassing. And I'm really concerned because, I'm going to say it, put it on the record, someone's child is going to get seriously hurt. Because people in that neighborhood, I'm the vice president of our neighborhood crime watch, and the people in the neighborhood are really fed up, and we don't know which way to go at this point. It's the housing projects behind us. I won't say the name right now, but if anyone would like to get with me, after this meeting, we can. We're looking for someone to be able to help us put fences up, police activity in the neighborhood, because we're really concerned. I am a youth advocate from New Jersey. That's all I ever dealt with when I was there. I was reaching out to them, trying to save them. But it's to a point now that I'm in a new area and no one knows my face, and I would like to get a chance to know these young people. But I'm really concerned because the neighborhoods where I live at right now, people are getting armed. And I don't want someone to stand there and say, oh, my baby, my baby, my baby. Because we had a meeting the other night, and that is what people's concerns are right now. Someone actually cased my home while I was in the house asleep, and my neighbor knocked on my door and told me that someone was outside casing my car, looking around my house, and looked into my window. My daughter was home for college, and she had she was pretty upset about it. And all I'm asking is for some direction, some help, which way I need to go, as far as someone telling us what we need to do in our neighborhood, because someone's going to get seriously hurt. I've been in my home almost 3 years now, and my house has been broken into. And it's brand new. It's just freshly built, and it's 3 years old now. It'll be 3 years the 15th of this month. So all I'm asking city council is give me some type of direction where I can go back and tell the people in our neighborhood what is the next step that we can take in a positive manner. We want to do it in a right manner, in a positive manner, and that's all I'm asking for is direction.
Do you have a neighborhood watch?
Yes, ma'am, I'm the vice president of, yes, sir.
Okay, what I suggest you do, Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
is talk with Mr. Speedman, who is over public safety, and that we make sure that the chief and the CRT team for your area have convened a public meeting for you other than just your neighborhood watch, so that they can hear your concerns and start helping you address that. And unfortunately, it's too cold for us to do a neighborhood walk. Otherwise, we would do that, which would bring the whole executive team out. But what I would suggest is that if we continue that under our new leadership, is that you contact the interim city manager and have your neighborhood on the list for next year, because that has been a very powerful thing, because, see, it's not just the crime, it's a combination of different things. So Mr. Speedman will talk to you and set that up, okay?
Thank you very much.
And let us know, or Mr. Speedman, let us know when that meeting is, so whoever the council representative or others can come, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time, council.
At this time, council, 3 minutes, or give or take, if you will. Ms. Rakestraw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to express my condolences to the family of Myrtle Wyrick, who passed away this week, and many of us on the city council got calls from Ms. Wyrick, and I spoke at her funeral, and I said that if people didn't know Ms. Wyrick, the one thing they would know is that she had definite opinions about issues, but she let her voice be known and heard, and she was a good person in her church, and she'd worked about 41 and a half years at Sears and Roebuck, and so she was really a people person. So our heartfelt condolences go to her family. I'd like to talk about General Green School. They invited me over to their state fair this past week, and I was a judge for the teachers' bake-off, which was, that's not bad duty, y'all, that really isn't. And we had celebrities from Channel 2, and we had some of the other personnel there. And also, as Mr. Young gets ready to pack up a few bags and head up north in this cold weather, I found on my mail, that there was a book that has been put out, and I have accused him of putting it on our desk, and it's called Getting the Right Fit, the Governing Board's Role in Hiring a Manager. So I think if we just read this pamphlet right here, that's all we need to know, colleagues. So I'm just going to say that. So, again, Mr. Young, we know that you're going to miss us, and we'll keep reminding you of that. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Fanning? Ms. Vaughn?
Just quickly, this past Sunday was the dedication for the Claudette Burroughs White Park, and I think it is very fitting and coincidental that we did the Bessemer Center today, right on the heels of the park, because I remember her talking about it back in 1998, that we needed to look at it, and here it is over a decade later, and we're finally making some progress on it.
I am extremely proud of the new internship program that we have started, and the interns that have been selected. Callista Fair from Bennett College. She's a political science major, and she has an array of communication skills that she's listed on her resume, and her work experience is extensive. She's been a tutor with AmeriCorps, group leader with the University of Washington Gear Up program, secretary for Attorney Lee Andrew, and an intern with the Associated Student Council, acting as student body president of Seattle Central. And the intern from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University is Mr. Gregory Edwin Hill, and he too comes with a host of experiences and acknowledgments. He's worked with Johnson & Johnson, General Electric, and he's a member of a number of, he got a number of honors here: Alpha, Lambda, Delta, Alpha Kappa Nu, Alpha Chi Honor Society, University Honors Program, Dean's List. These are the types of students that North Carolina A&T and Bennett College promote and produce. Students that not only obey the law, but in my opinion will one day make the law. And so again, I just want to express my appreciation for the program and for the interns. Thank you.
Nothing tonight.
I've got several things. First, I want to give condolences to the Eric McCoy family. He's a retired city employee, and he was a referee and lost his life last Saturday. I want to congratulate Reverend William Stephen Allen Sr. on becoming the senior pastor at Shiloh Baptist Church, and there's a reception that was held for him on on Friday. Shiloh has been an anchor in this community. I think the church is like 118 years old, and so we're very pleased. Attorney Allen and former Judge Allen actually serves as chair of our library services. I also want to congratulate United Child Development on a $2.5 million investment in their building on Arlington Street. I think they're having their dedication this week. The tax value for that is like $8 million, and I think that that's going to go a long way on that South Elm Street and that area, and it really looks nice, and I want to congratulate them. I want to thank Washington Street Elementary, Montessori School now, 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. I had a chance to talk to them about the importance of voting last Friday, and then also the dedication of Claudette Burroughs White Park. Those of us who served with her or knew her from the community miss her a lot, and we want to just, thank her and her family for all that she meant to us and still means to us. I want to thank the staff for their due diligence in following up with the Friendly Neighborhood Association on this past Saturday. They really appreciated the fact that after the neighborhood walk, which Mr. Young has implemented, this means so much to the citizens to have staff and council come and actually walk their neighborhoods. And so I hope that's something that even if Mr. Young is no longer with us, well, I didn't say that right. If Mr. Young is gone, that we will continue that, because it really makes a difference to really be on the ground and see the concerns of the citizens and then respond to them. And so they were very appreciative to our follow-up and are looking forward to what we will be able to do for them. I have a picture for you, and this is a concern of mine, and it's the bus stop at Randall Monroe. The shelter was taken up around, it sits right in front of this fast food restaurant. The shelter was taken up, and I was told it was to make way for the sidewalk coming there. And these are two people sitting on the ground in 51-degree weather with the wind blowing. It's on the corner of Randleman and Vandalia. And that shelter needs to be put back. Because that's, in the heart of my district, there are many children and families and old people, and I talked to these two folks sitting there, and I won't tell you what the lady said, but she ain't like sitting down on that ground like that. And we need to put that shelter back. I understand you might be moving it someplace else, but I really feel like that, businesses need to work with us if that was the reason, or if we were the reason. And the fact that it's been going for almost a month and a half now, if we're going to do that, can we make some other temporary provisions so that folks aren't just sitting on the ground like this?
In terms of this particular shelter, this was, we're doing a sidewalk project, so the shelter had to come out for that. The business owner didn't want the shelter back where it was located. We're in the process of purchasing the required right-of-way to move the shelter, but have it in the same vicinity. So as soon as we can get that accomplished, we will put a shelter in that vicinity back up. And we'll have to take a look at how we can make provisions for that in the future. If we take it down, I'm not sure what we've got available to put out for a temporary piece, but we can talk with, Mr. Speedley can talk to Transportation about that.
Okay, well, on Saturday, I came back around because it was cold out there, and I'm sure that concrete was not comfortable for them to sit out there. And I talked to them for at least 15 minutes, and the bus, was still not there. So it wasn't like they were sitting there for 5 minutes or so. So we need to try to improve that. The next thing is, Council, I went to the North Carolina League of Municipalities state conference, and this is a program that I'd like for the city manager's office to consider. It's called the National League of Cities, and we're a member of the National League of Cities prescription discount program. When we talk about the high cost of everything, this program is free to citizens. We don't have to pay any membership fee or anything. They will provide all of our printed materials, including Dr. Wade, you like for inserts in bills. They'll print the inserts to go in the bill if we wanted to do that. The average saving is 20%. There's no enrollment or membership fee. All family members are covered, including pets, Dr. Wade, so, little poochies can also get their medicine. There's no limit on how many times it can be used, and 9 out of 10 pharmacies accept this card. I wanted to launch this as a part of the first anniversary of the Evans Blunt Center, and we get total staff support from the league, and that we've already had communications. Yes.
they were doing that in the county. Do you know they're still doing that or not?
I don't. Here's the list, Dr. Wade, of the cities, and this is what the gentleman that I talked to said. He didn't know that we were doing it in the county, so I don't know if we still are or not. But this is the list of cities that do it in North Carolina, the dates they launch, and if you look at the amount savings per city, Winston-Salem is a comparable size city to us, and since they started, this is the number of, you can see the dollar amounts that cities are using. Even Kernersville is using it. So what I'd like is for staff to be able to move us forward with this program, because, you know, whenever you're talking about saving on prescriptions, and any of us who have to, and for some people, this is even with folks who don't have insurance. If they have the card, they can still get the discount. So, you know, there's no kickbacks or campaign contributions. This is just to help our citizens and to provide this program. So, Mr. Manager, do you feel that this is something that we could implement?
Ms. Small, we're taking a look at this program. Our human resources staff and Ms. Hammond are taking a look at the brochures that you sent to my office, and I've taken a look at it, but I wanted their perspective and opinion as folks that deal with health insurance kinds of issues every day. So we should have a reply or a response back shortly. We're likely to contact some of these cities and see what their experience has been as well.
Would you check with the county too, because I know they did do it.
Well, just for your information, I will pass this down, which are the most frequently asked questions about the program. But, you know, because we're already members of the league, this also gives us, the National League, this also gives us another way to show to our citizens that we have benefits that come back to them by us being able to be in, because we pay a fee to be a member of the National League of Cities. And so, to me, if this basically puts monies back into their pocket because we are a member of that, then I would hope that this would be something that we would agree to do. And then last, I wanted to, I didn't bring it up at the last meeting, but I wanted to show everybody on council some pictures from A&T's homecoming, because this is the third, or it was, I think it still is, the third largest economic impact activity we have for the city of Greensboro, and we have to do very little as far as our investment. A&T's homecoming is going to happen, whether they win the game, lose the game, whatever. But, you know, this was the pavilion, this is parade. I was there for 2 days. I always set up as our informal ambassador to talk to citizens, to answer questions. And as you can see, vendors, I mean, everybody, I mean, that was a vendor rolling down the street, so they have license for peddlers who can walk down the street and sell their wares. You had a lot of participation in the parade, and I think some of the council members were waving because they waved at me. I just wanted our citizens to know that this event does not just encompass East Greensboro, East Market Street. There were shows at the Coliseum. They're renting venues all over the place for parties and various activities. The fraternities, sororities, the various classes. I think each class has their own activities that they have. So this is a huge deal. At one point, A&T's homecoming brought as many as 40,000 people to Greensboro. So it averages between 20 and 30,000 people for that week, not just a weekend, because they start celebrating the week before and go the whole week all the way up until that Sunday. So I wanted to share these pictures with you and with our citizens, so that this is one of those can-do investments that we really don't have to do a whole lot for. The pavilion, I went around to every vendor and introduced myself and asked them for feedback, and all of the vendors said that they were pleased. They get security, they get help loading in and loading out. The food is excellent. If you've not come to A&T's homecoming and had the turkey legs or the shrimp or whatever, this is the place to be whenever A&T has their homecoming. And as you can see, lots of people. This is Dudley's band. And it was very exciting because with A&T winning their homecoming, the first one in 7 years, people came back to Pavilion after the game and was so, you see how crowded that was? And then Matt Brown and the staff, we can't commend them enough for their creativity and their doing. This is a free zone for the children to play. and I think even Mr. Young had his kids out there, and the kids don't want to leave. And so I just wanted to share that with y'all, and thank you.
If I may take the
Mr. Key, yes,
prerogative,
please.
I didn't see a picture of the District 2 council person.
That's
here.
because I didn't see you.
Okay, just, no, Mr. Manager, did you have anything? And Mr. Interim Attorney, fill in. Thank you so much. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
There's a second. Those in favor? Aye. Thank you.